Lunes, no más, te digo cada vez que pasa. Quizás no quieres algo más de esto. Será que fue un sueño, pero desperté. No sé qué somos. Hey baby, dime qué somos, porque siempre andamos solos. Nunca en tu barrio ni el vecindario saben tú y yo que somos. Hey baby, dime qué somos, porque siempre andamos solos. Solamente dime si es un vacile, al menos sé que somos. Me traigo para buscar esa respuesta. Muchos lo preguntan pero no contestan.
What's going on, Pro Style?
Yo soy para ti, eso es algo que a mí sí me molesta. Cambia la actitud como quieras, no sé.
Let me know if you can hear me clearly, guys. Just press 1. We'll get shit popping. Yeah, we're gonna talk some stocks all night tonight, man. Said my audio's a little loud, okay. Alright, we're gonna lower the audio a little bit. Man, they were out of my Colt 45. God damn, I should have bought a bottle of water too. Alright, we about to get started in a minute. Just making sure all the levels are hanging in there right. Yeah, that old English hits the spot, man. And just in case it doesn't go down smooth, you know, gotta get some of that Miller High Life. God damn. And just a little spike. Just a spike. Just to spike it. Some Mike's Hard Lemonade. Yeah. Yeah. All right, man. Let's go ahead and get things started. Yes, indeed, man. You know, I mean, when I'm ready to get my drink on, I'm ready to get my drink on. And all right, let's go ahead and get it started with the Old English. Man, it's been a minute since I've had some Old English. It's a nice, good gulp. Oh, man, it's a little softer now. Damn. Yeah, this shit is soft now, man. I don't know why I feel like it used to sting a little bit back in the day. Yeah, I feel like it used to sting back in the day. Now that Old English is a little soft, man. It's that Old English, yeah. I feel like it's... The Miller High Life is good. Yeah, yeah. It almost tastes like beer now. The Old English almost tastes like beer now. It tastes like Miller High Life. Okay. You said two liters don't hit like the cans? Okay, maybe it's the can. Maybe it's the can. I don't know. Oh, what's good, everybody? Shout out to everybody joining me in the chat room right now. It's been a minute since I've been live. I really want to see what you guys are trading right now. I mean, you guys already know what my strategy is. I use a 10 and 25 moving average strategy on the hourly or the daily chart. You know, I'm in it short now. Right? I'm short a lot of our big name FANG tickers now. I'm a big fan of the leveraged ETFs, FNGD, FNGU, TQQQ, SQQQ. Shout out to all of those. I'm a big fan of all of those plays when, you know, if I miss an entry on a good option play, I love running to the leveraged stocks. So I just kind of want to talk about what you guys think about where the market is headed right now. Qs are down 11% from the highs. I haven't seen a much, it's been a long time since we've had an incredible opportunity to make so much money up and down. The last 6 months in particular have been absolutely amazing. I mean, this has just been the most incredible blessing that I think any trader can ask for. If this was your first time in the market, I really don't think you're ever going to get a time like this again, because everything just worked to perfection from, April 23rd or 24th or whatever that low was. I think, March 23rd, 24th, whatever that low was. Let me move over to a daily chart. What was that low? Yeah, March 23rd or whatever. And for what we experienced, I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that. You can't ask for anything better than that. I mean, it's just, it was the easiest gimme ever. And, when you can put up $5,000, $2,000, $3,000, and by the end of the week, you're up 50, 60%. The only thing that's left to fear is fear itself. Because you have trouble sleeping. And I posted that a lot for those guys who follow me on Twitter. I mean, you go through nights and it's like, whoa, this isn't real. And it's scary when you start, the money starts coming in and you're just like, oh my God. I mean, are we just going to wake up down 4 or 6 or 7% overnight? Because you don't know what the hell is going on. All the stores in your neighborhood are closed. Your state is shut down for business. Yet you're up, 35% in your contract overnight. And you don't know why, and you're not even asking why. I mean, I'm not going to ask why. I'm just taking the money. I'm just going to take the money. You would fat finger a trade and still make money. You fat finger a trade and still make money. You would go into a stock, and I'm just, talking about what we all experienced from April till a couple days ago. You would just go into a trade and like the next day or even the next 2 days, you'll be up. Just like that. Just like that. And again, I'm not talking about these bullshit small cap plays and all that. I'm talking about things. I'm talking about the stuff people want to buy right now. Guys come up and they'll put up a ticker or some bullshit stock. I'm like, bro, go to what's making money right now. What's his name? Ken, the guy who loves calling me about trips. Hits me up on Twitter all the time about trips. He's making a killing in these large cap stocks. I asked him, hey man, are you still playing 000 stocks? He's like, man, Sal, I don't even play those anymore. I look at them for fun. The large caps have killed the small cap market. Penny stock. I don't think the last time I pulled up an OTC stock, because it's just been such easy money to make, in the larger cap stocks. Desert Edge, you said you missed TVIX. Why not UVXY? I missed TVIX a little bit too. But UVXY was a little bit better. What's going on, Leon? Desert Edge, shout out to the people who just came into the chat room. Fed flushed the market down. Yeah, look, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt eventually. It's all going to come back. I mean, it's all going to come back eventually. All this Fed-induced rally will lead to eventually slower growth on the back end, right? Because what we've done here is we pulled up a lot of future gains now. This is all, 2021, 2022. This is all basically that. When you look at this chart, This is 2021 and 2022 without COVID. Without the COVID situation. This is exactly probably what the chart looks like. We were headed there anyway. But we've just pulled it off front. Now that we've pulled it up front, it's, okay, what happens in 2021 and 2022? Right? Because now we front loaded all these gains. Now it's up to these companies to actually start delivering revenue and earnings that justify these valuations. And can that happen? Can that realistically happen? All right? A situation like Tesla, it's looking skeptical. All right? Because Tesla has just done, I mean, it's just, it was doing too much. It was doing too much, man. I ain't even gonna lie. It was just, I mean, I love the cars. I've test driven them. They are, driving a Tesla will screw up everything you think about your car. If you love your car right now and you've never driven a Tesla, don't drive a Tesla. Because once you drive a Tesla, and I don't mean just like one around the block thing. I mean like somebody give it to you for a day and you drive that thing and you got to listen to the steering wheel because you got to figure out, is this thing on or not? Once you get that feeling, that 0 to 60, you stopping at the stop line, everybody's looking at you, and just how smooth the car feels, the acceleration, the power, top end, low end, man, it makes your car look like shit, bro. It makes your car look like shit, even if it's new. You just like, man, I need to get me one of these Teslas. So granted, it speaks for itself when it comes to the cars. All right, but it was getting crazy. I mean, the price was getting crazy. They were going to go into the S&P 500, and then, all of a sudden it wasn't getting in. Somebody can tell me in the chat room why. I'd like to know, but I still haven't gotten really any clarification on that. On why exactly Tesla is not is not going to be in the S&P 500. Is it paperwork? Is it the way the company's structured? Is it valuation? Let me know. You said you need a Porsche. Tesla, man. I don't know if I'd get one yet. I definitely like them though. But I'm still not a fan of the body style. I'm still not a fan of the body style. I'm still not a fan of the body style. It's got to grow on me in terms of the way the bodies look. Yeah. Bigger KH, get an opportunity to drive one, man. Get an opportunity to drive one. You can go on, what's that rental car app? There's an app you can use to rent cars from people. And just go rent one. You can rent one there. It's not the cheapest. The people who rent out their Teslas, they put a little premium on it. All the other cars are like 44, 45. Turo, there we go. Thank you, Anthony Smith. Turo, Pro Style, thank you. But go rent a Tesla. They definitely put a premium on the Turos, on the Teslas. But it's worth it. Definitely worth it. I was like, man, fuck it, I'm gonna go rent one. And it's an experience, man. Definitely an experience. What's going on, Mr. JRH? Shout out to you, Mr. JRH. I'll be watching you on Twitter when you post. Doing really good with those debit spreads. You said Tesla does a 1 week refund. Yeah. I don't know why you would bring it back though. I don't know why you'd bring it back. Most people who can afford to buy a Tesla aren't going to bring the car back. And then come to find out like 30% of their purchases are cash. That's somebody walking into the dealership like, yo, 75.5 for this? Boom. There you go. 75.5. You know. You said your only issue is the charging. Okay. So what are you guys trading right now, man? What are you guys looking at? You know, Apple down. As I mentioned in my podcast, what's going on, Dave? I appreciate you, bro. Dave doing real good too on Instagram. Shout out to you, man. Every time I log on there, I see you post some gains. You know. Apple looking good, but again, like I said, I think we get a dip. Yeah, see, okay, there we go. We picking ourselves up here. This is after hours price action. We're picking ourselves up off the low. Like I said, we should. I think we get a nice little gap and go, but the gap and go is already happening right now after hours. Probably should be looking at the ES rather, the ES futures, but on TradingView, I don't pay for the futures on TradingView. You get it free on Tastyworks. But yeah, we're picking ourselves up after hours, man. Like I said, I think we get a decent dip by tomorrow, but it's not going to be strong. It's not going to be strong, man. I don't expect it to be strong. But that was a very interesting day. If you remember, this sell-off started off with Tesla and Apple selling off first. If you remember, this was the first and second, where Apple and Tesla had sold off first and everything else was still good. You know, the second and third, was that second and third? Yeah, second and third. But I believe it was that second last week, Wednesday, when Apple and Tesla had sold off and then everything else was still green. I was like, okay, well, I think this was a signal. And sure enough, the market followed along the very next day. Oh, yeah, Bigger KH. I got to create that. Thank you for reminding me, man. Stay on me about that. Some of the brand new Teslas got a bunch of issues like stuck door handles. Dude who got trapped inside his Model X. Yeah, there's a brother who makes videos like that called Rich Rebuilds. He's got a very interesting YouTube, trying to put those things together, rebuilding Teslas, and he mentions a lot of those little issues too they have. mRNA, those of you guys who had mentioned that mRNA is just not going to deliver in terms of a vaccine, you guys are looking more right every day. Here's that crossover again, 1025 moving average. You know, that sell signal is clear as day. I mean, you're down almost $22 a share from the crossover. Probably go ahead and cover, or not even cover, go ahead and sell now just because you've gapped lower into those, you're getting closer to those teens on the RSI where you'll start to see guys come in here and try to take some of the lows to see what happens here. But mRNA looking uglier and uglier as it has now busted through support, which is that 55.95 there, which today's price action. They're definitely not going to deliver. There was a lot of promise, right? I mean, there was so much promise on Marina. So much promise. I mean, you couldn't say anything bad about this stock back in April. You know, they had everybody thinking they were going to deliver. You know, but in hosting this show and learning from many of you guys, at the end of the day, the technicals speak sometimes even better than the fundamentals, because the company will tell you whatever they want to tell you. The paperwork will tell you whatever they want, what it wants to tell you about the story. But at the end of the day, if investors are not showing an appetite for the stock, it's going to zero. And that's exactly what's happening here. All right, I'm pulling up the tickers you guys are putting up in the chat. CRWD, that's CrowdStrike, right? Yes, it is. One of the few stocks today that was able to manage to put on some gains. Today, I believe it was 8 declining to 1 advancing. Across the board today on the market. Shout out to CrowdStrike. And if I remember, CrowdStrike is IT security. Am I right on that? Which is going to continue to become more important as the Internet of Things does truly take over. VVPW, not aware or familiar with this company. Okay, $131 million market cap, small cap stock. Small cap stock here down 16% there. I'm not familiar with that company. Who brought that up? Bigger KH. Okay, you got in at $1. Take your profits. You say you're in at $1. Take your profits. You're at 9 something. I mean, you hit a high of 14. WKHS Workhorse. Boy, I haven't touched this stock in a long time. Workhorse Group. I remember when this was a $4. Yeah, I remember this was a $4 stock. Wait, yeah, there we go, somewhere back here. Workhorse Group. This was a company that had tried to get a contract to replace the U.S. Postal Service's those little, kind of fake Jeeps that they make. Workhorse was trying to get the contract to replace those vehicles. I'm guessing they never got it, but obviously something else has got them running hard here, because I do remember they were also going to create some pickups and things like that. Uber. Shout out to Uber. Uber turned into a food delivery service when the car, destination company basically died. I mean, well, not died, but I mean, really slowed down. Really, really slowed down. I mean, you had people decide it wasn't even worth driving anymore. It got so slow. What's a liquid pharmaceutical ETF? A liquid pharmaceutical ETF. I wouldn't know. I mean, you got a couple biotech plays, and I believe is it IKB or something like that? What's that big ETF that's, let me see here. I think it's a ProShares ETF. I think it's XLB. Is it XLB? No, that's materials. What's the XL? Which one is it? XL is one of the X's. Industrials. XLV, I think. I think XLV's got some pharmaceutical in it. You're going to have to check the components. It might be too broad for you. I'm sure there's probably a more concentrated ETF out there. It's probably going to have a smaller market cap than XLV and may not be as liquid, but I know XLV relatively liquid on the option side. What's going on, LK Raw? Started selling back NWC calls. Okay, Bank of America. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, financials has been a really great play to sell right now, including, oil stocks. When you're talking those non-directional trading strategies, just look for what's dead. And what's dead right now is energy and financials. So you got guys who are, selling calls in Exxon. You got guys who are, and that's just one of the different oil plays you can get some pretty relatively, liquid options on. You did Bank of America, but, JPM is out there, right? You can do something like that on this. Just looking at the price action there, I mean, selling some calls there wouldn't hurt. Citigroup is another one that's pretty liquid. But I mean, obviously, that's patient money, right? That's you got to really be willing to kind of stick around for those kind of trades. For somebody who wants the money ASAP, selling calls may not be your strategy. So what he's doing is a strategy that requires a little bit of patience, a little bit of due diligence. And sure enough, I mean, with the price action continuing to go that way in a zero interest rate environment, it's almost a sure thing, because these banks can't make money in the current environment. They cannot make money. They cannot make money. If you're a prime borrower, if they can't offer you prime or damn near zero money, you just go to somewhere else. So on 0% interest, how do you compete against other banks when money is so cheap? They can just go somewhere else. But with a funds rate that is significantly higher, then there's competition. There's leverage that you can use as a larger financial institution to compete against smaller or institutions. But at zero money, that you can't compete. It's almost like all banks are on the same level, right? So very, very good deal that you're doing there. Did you hear about GM bought Nokia for $2 billion? GM bought Nokia? I thought they bought a piece of NKLA. I did mention that on Twitter today, but they actually bought Nokia as well. Say GM has a lot of other, I understand their options. I'd always wondered why some of these car carriers don't get Google in their vehicles, man. I just think that would just make so much sense. Just, get Android into those cars, man. It just makes perfect sense. Get Google Maps, get all the apps, you know what I mean? I don't know what's the hold up on that aspect. If I'm GM or Ford, I'm like, how can I get Android in my vehicle? Conscious vegan, you're saying you're going silver long. I'm as big of a fan of the metals as anyone. I'm as big of a fan of the metals as anyone. SLV is a good play. I know there's some leverage plays out there, but I am a bit afraid of the futures market in regards to the metals right now. But $50 silver is undeniable in a 24-month, 36-month time frame, maybe even sooner than that. I mean, we're damn near halfway there. But boy, they are working hard to keep these prices down on the shiny metals, man. They are working overtime to keep these things beat down. UPWK, Upwork, okay. Yeah, this is another COVID play. Wasn't doing good before COVID, but things are turning around. Kind of reminds me of that stock Fiverr too. Fiverr, does it still trade? I don't think Fiverr still trades unless I got the ticker all messed up. But does Fiverr still? Oh, I guess okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Fiverr. This is another one that again, trader's dilemma. We all have limited amount of capital. This was a common sense trade, but I didn't like the liquidity and the options, and you had several other tickers that for the same kind of money you're gonna get a better beta on. So Fiverr just had to sit to the side. But again, another common sense trade for what we're going through right now. Guys who are taking their skills and saying, hey, I can offer it to millions of people through this platform, and this platform is well organized, uses PayPal, great customer service, anything small business you need, for the most part, you can get it taken care of at Fiverr, And I've used them several times. Does a great job. Said Ford better do something. Ford, these companies, you always think like they're not going to last and they're not going to be around. But I mean, you look through their history, man, they've been through some serious, challenges, man. Ford, GM, Chrysler. I mean, they've been through some real hard times, man. So, you think, oh, man, they're not going to make it. They're not going to last. I mean, these are like the backbone of American engineering, of American infrastructure to a certain extent. I mean, when you look at Ford and GM and, these are some of the last companies in America that have like really massive facilities, really hire thousands of people to build things right here in America. So we have an incentive to make sure these companies survive too. I don't want to see Ford go away. I don't want to see GM go away. Because these are facilities that, if one day China decides that, we're not strong or they want to challenge us, those are companies we're going to depend on to put us in play, Not to come up with an awful scenario, but I mean, just to keep it 100 with you. C's. Money Green bringing that up. SeaWorld Entertainment. C's goes very good with Play. It also goes good with, Live Nation. Also goes good with, I brought up on my podcast that I'm putting out, Red Robin, RRGB. Those kind of plays that, when things get better, should turn around for the stock. I'm not a big fan of SeaWorld just because of, my stance on those kind of animals. And I just don't feel like they should be caged up. I think they did decide to get rid of the whales. Is that right? I don't know. I don't know. I know you probably don't even follow the situation that closely, but I don't fuck with SeaWorld. But it makes sense here. Makes sense here. US dollar wants to run, and it is running. Yeah, I see a US dollar bounce here, $2 will. I see a US dollar bounce here. I mean, you can see it clearly when you look at the US dollar versus the exotics. I'm not a big Forex fan, but I've told you guys that if you're going to trade Forex, fuck that, USD Euro. Go to USD Mexico. Go to USD some poor third world country. You know what I mean? Because that's just, you want to talk about trends. Those are some of the trend-iest, Forex plays you'll ever get. I mean, if it's going up, it's going straight up. If it's going down, it's going straight down. You know, unlike USD Euro, where if you're not especially skilled at short-term technical analysis, you can lose a lot of money. And unfortunately, when it comes to Forex, people are pushed into USD Euro like there's nothing else to trade out there. You know. AGQ. Yeah, Pro Style. I think you brought the AGQ. Yeah, that's that silver leveraged ETF I talked to you about. But again, I'm not too confident right now on the futures market in regards to the shiny metals, because a lot of those guys are going to take delivery, and if they don't deliver, then the futures market is fucked. You know, because some of those people are going to want to take delivery of that metal, and there's far more in paper silver than there is in physical silver to actually deliver, because the expectation is that you're just going to keep selling it and selling and selling it. But no, one day people are going to want to take delivery of that stuff. And what happens if you don't deliver? And if you're someone who's holding a futures contract where you cannot get delivery, that means the contract is worthless. And that means anybody who has an underlying that's exposed to that contract is also going to experience that massive price fluctuation. And that's AGQ. So when somebody had brought up SLV, I think that's a perfect place to be, because when you buy SLV or you're buying GLD, you're buying exposure to physical gold and silver. Or if you buy a gold and silver stock, that's another way to be able to play it if you can't buy physical gold and silver. OSTK, start dumping it. Yeah, OSTK. It's so interesting you brought that up. Here's the thing: I'm still making some videos. I got some new videos to upload for my course. Again, still getting people to understand that crossover moving average strategy. But again, brilliant cross. Here's OSTK using my 1025 on the daily chart. Overstock. This is another one. Big turnaround that happened, again, all COVID, right? People sitting at home, overstock.com selling a lot of the stuff that not necessarily Amazon doesn't sell, but just Amazon has no need to sell, or may not sell at the very moment. There's some things on overstock.com you can't get on Amazon. And it's usually niche kind of stuff. Kind of low-end Chinese goods and stuff like that. It's almost like an American version of Wish, which Wish takes like 6 weeks to show up at your house. Overstock.com, not, much shorter. Wayfair, that's another play. Made a lot of money on Wayfair a couple years ago now on that dump on Wayfair. A while ago, but Wayfair is another one that once this is all over, Wayfair is goodbye. So Wish is getting an IPO soon, and they're gonna make good money. They'll make good money initially. They'll make good money initially, but Wish is another one that's just kind of like, look, it takes a long time for Wish products to get to your house, man. I don't know if that's going to be a concern for people, or if people are going to start really mentioning that, but it takes a long time for Wish to get to your house. Oh, man. Boy, I love the way Malt Liquor just slaps, man. Jordan Brilliant. Yeah, BYND. I saw that move they did today, BYND. Yeah, it's been consolidating here, so it hasn't been very exciting over the last 2 months. BYND is one of those stocks that, I'm a huge fan of just because it's a trend monster, man. When it really gets moving, it really gets moving. And, it starts putting on a lot of, a lot of money on those options. And you can make some really good money on Beyond Meat up and down. So far right now, you still got a battle going on there. We'll see who wins. But they're doing some really exciting things in China. I do follow the news on Beyond Meat. They're doing some exciting things out there. To me, it looks like they've decided to, I don't want to say give up on the U.S. market, but they've clearly decided with the building of this factory in China that they're going to go ahead and stake their claim for the Chinese market, which, it's a lot of people out there, right? I mean, it makes sense. China, doesn't necessarily have a very strong farming infrastructure, right? Their infrastructure for the most part is very poorly regulated, and that's kind of why you have a lot of diseases come out of Asia. If you remember the swine flu and some of the things like that, you can watch documentaries on China. And one thing they don't do like we do here in America is in America, when you go to a farm, we separate the animals, right? You got the chicken coop over here. You got your pigs over here. The horses are out in the pasture. China, they just throw everything out there. There's a big field and all the animals out there and all the shit, everything just gets, So you go to these Chinese farms and it's just bacteria heaven. All kinds of diseases and just the worst of the worst find themselves in those places. Yeah, if you got some time, look into very interesting, a lot of decent documentaries on that. So China might be at war in India. They're definitely going to drop USA thanks to Trump. Well, that's the only thing I fear about losing Trump is that Trump is a very good, I don't know how to say it. I don't want to use the word protector, but he's not somebody, if you're a foreign leader, you can't look at the U.S. with Donald Trump and say, I'm going to fuck with those guys. Do you get what my drift? I don't know what the word for that is, but he's just not someone who's like, it's like a bee's nest. Looking at him being the leader of the United States, it's like, that guy's kind of crazy, man. He might nuke me. He's just, I don't know. I don't know if I want to pick a fight with him. That's a different kind of personality. That's a different kind of aura around you than you saw with like a guy like Obama. A lot of people, a lot of leaders used to punk Obama. I saw the way some of those Middle East cats were low key, somewhat disrespecting him and stuff like that on some slick shit. They don't fuck around with Trump like that. They don't fuck around with Trump like that. Trump show up in these people country and you could say, yeah, this I'm Donald Trump. What's up? You know what I mean? He carry himself a different kind of way. And I know I'm going to get people say, oh man, you sound like you're a Republican. It's not. Anybody who's watched me for a period of time, I'm not. I'm just saying Trump carries himself in a way that you're going to respect him. And you need a leader like that. When you run a country like this. Desert Edge, you said the Saudis. Yeah, the Saudis didn't respect Obama, man. Most of those Middle Eastern countries didn't respect Obama. You know, a lot of South American countries didn't really respect Obama, to be honest. You know, but yeah, I mean, you say what you want about Trump, but he's got the whole world in line, man. He got the whole world in line quick, cutting people money off, freezing people bank accounts. You know, it's unfortunate because our news in America doesn't really, we don't really get into international news, but I watch a lot of Al Jazeera, and Trump be fucking up their money, man. Trump fucking their money. You know, from Venezuela to some of these African countries, some of these other South American countries, man, he's fucking up their money. Freezing assets, blocking travel privileges. Oh, he's getting them in line. You know? So now you get rid of a guy like that, and you come with a guy like Biden. I mean, I don't know. This man is already looking like he suffering from stage 2 dementia. You know, it's clearly he's suffering from some kind of mental problem. I mean, it's just very clear when any kind of interview that's lasting more than 10 minutes, you can clearly see his mind drift, or he doesn't remember the question. I don't know. And then he's got this cop as a running mate. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. You said you think 90% of the world respect Obama. You think so? I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Most got sour bar because the administrator catered to China more and more. Yeah, he was weak on China. Obama was kind of weak on China, man. These people are not your friends, man. When it comes to the Chinese, Democrat, Republican, I don't care what, you got to be against those people, man. We unite. On this channel, we're 100% united against China. I don't fuck with none of those people. We don't fuck with China. No. Those people are enemy numero uno. You know what I'm saying? That's universal. Those people don't believe in, the First Amendment, Second Amendment. They don't believe in nothing over there, bro. You have no rights in China at all as a human being. Period. I don't care where you stand on that. We no friends to the Chinese Communist Party. Nope. Period. I'm a sworn enemy of the Chinese Communist Party. China is what George Orwell warned about. Oh, yeah, it's worse. Everybody who lives in China is a slave, man, for the most part. You said nobody respects U.S. presidents. Who says that? What makes you think that, man? Oxy is set up for OXY. Oh, no. Oxy's terrible, bro. That's a terrible trade. Look at that. That's a big company, too. $10 billion market cap. Yeah, something's fundamentally wrong there. I mean, they've got a very similar chart to Exxon, but something else is going on there. Same line of business. Occidental Petroleum. I gotta read a little bit about this because I know this isn't one of the Standard Oil companies, right? No, definitely not one of them. Yeah, not I don't believe Occidental is one of them. So something else might be going on there. But I mean, you got to understand when it comes to oil, this thing is still not done yet. You got people who are really loving the work at home trade right now, and we're still not at levels. When it comes to traffic and airlines and all of that, we're just not there yet. We're just not there yet. We're not there yet. Even though I believe WTI has, oh yeah, there you go. WTI. No, that's not that WTI. That's another. Hold on. Oh, come on, TradingView. Let's go. WTI used to go straight to the U.S. oil. There we go. Oh, so we just lost the 40s. Okay, we just lost the 40s a couple days ago. I hadn't been following WTI, but we had been holding the 40s there for, almost 3 months. It looks like we just lost the 40s not too long ago. So that means drip must be doing pretty good, right? Yeah, here we go. Here's drip. Drip is the inverse ETF. Drip used to be 3x leverage. Now it's 2x leverage. But drip, basically when the stocks like Exxon and OXY do poorly, drip goes higher. So you got drip, and then on the other side you have Gush. And Gush should be getting his ass handed to it right now. There we go. Good Lord, Gush. Yeah, Gush and drip. Two really, really nice plays that you can play on leveraged, on the leverage side. Here's that, again, 1025. All right, here's your entry in the 40s, 48, 49. Now you're at $61 a share. Again, loving the leveraged ETFs because, you're able to get that supercharged move, with no, margin and exposure in terms of not needing an option to get that exposure. All right, but you really got to know what you're doing here. These are short-term trades, couple days, couple weeks max. Realistically, you never want to be in any of these trades for, longer than 6 months at max, because then you start to, it's a real little weird thing that starts to happen where you actually start to, even though you're making money, you start to technically lose money. There's a word for it, for all these leverage plays. I'll break it down one day. So I can see why the Chinese people want to move down here to the United States. Oh yeah, they're all here in the United States. Them Chinese people, man, bro, they do something where they get on the plane and they have their babies here. The women get to have their babies in the country. And again, shout out to Donald Trump for closing that loophole. What the Chinese people were doing is that they would fly into the country, have their baby, and then the baby would be a U.S. citizen, and they go back to China. They take the baby back to China. The baby goes to, grade school, middle school, and then all of a sudden, when it comes to college, hey, my kid's a U.S. citizen. The kid will get, decay. Thank you, Desert Edge. The kid will get financial aid at the U.S. state school like your kid, even though they haven't even been in the country for the last 20 years, 18 years. They've been doing that for decades. They've been doing that for decades. Can't do that shit no more. Do you think Pfizer is going to win the COVID race? I thought it was Johnson & Johnson who was in the lead. I thought Johnson & Johnson was in the lead last time I checked. What's Pfizer's ticker again? I don't know why I keep pulling up the ticker in India. PFE. Yeah, I keep pulling up its India ticker. Yeah, I thought it was Johnson and Johnson that's technically in the lead right now. Yeah, J&J is. Okay. Yeah, I've been doing my research on that, but J&J is clearly in the lead right now. Monera is the short of all of those COVID spikers. All of the little crap small caps that tried to bounce on COVID initially, those are all pretty much done. Those came and went. PFE was a nice little trendy stock here too. Look at that. It's very clear signals. Look at that. A lot of clear signals there on PFE. Yeah, very clear signals. Nice move there. It's very liquid too, but still, I mean, these bars are close. Yeah. mRNA. We talked about mRNA. It's a turd, bro. What do you think about going long on AFG? What's going on, Raider Junkies? I haven't seen that name here before. AFG, American Financial Group. What do they do? Finance, property, casualty, insurance. If it's what I think it is, I'm a big fan in terms of real estate right now, man. I think this is the environment for real estate, man. This is the environment for real estate. These actually do make sense in that, if we think that this is going to be a golden age of real estate, and I really do believe these next 5 to 10 years, particularly for my generation of millennials, is going to be a golden age of real estate. We don't have very much supply of real estate, of family homes, particularly entry-level homes. We just don't have that in America. We've got a lot of high end. We've got 300 to 600. We've got a lot of 250 to 350, but we don't really have that kind of like 80 to 260. We don't have enough of those, which is what most people 30 to 45 in America, start out at. So what you see now, particularly here in Charlotte, or if you go out to Raleigh, or any decent community where you got some decent jobs and you got an industry out there, you're seeing houses going for an insane premium. What's going on, Eban? Right? You're seeing homes that, man, you're like, what? This house is $260? This house is $230? Are you serious? This piece of shit that built in 1955 or something like that still needs an updated kitchen, that still needs clearly a roof, and so in an environment like that where people are still able to get financing to buy those properties, irregardless of the fact that there's a premium. Right, and they're buying constantly. Everybody's buying at the top, and it's just pushing prices higher. These companies do well. These companies do well. You definitely would like to see a move. Eventually develop in some of these stocks. In fact, I saw somebody on CNBC mention that he was going into, what's that? Josh Brown actually talked about. He's looking into some of these real estate plays. Me personally, I like the information side of the business, which is going to be like your Zillow, is that Z, ticker Z. I like Zillow. I like, these data harvesters, right? That have that information that keeps track of this incredible industry. These are things where it's like, their costs are very low, and they don't have to physically be anywhere. It's just a website, and they make their money. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. Those are just for me. Although they've ran up a lot, they could run even harder. Right? They could run even harder. But again, not saying your play isn't going to make money. I think it will make money. And keep watching it. You know. No, thank you, Jordan Palm. I appreciate you for watching, man. I learned from each and every one of you guys. You know, you're listening to somebody who from 2012 to about 2017, man, I spent over $7,000 in trader education, only to fucking realize that all it takes is some mental fortitude and a fucking moving average. You know, obviously learning a little bit more, technicals and you know, a little bit of fundamentals, the verbiage and stuff. But really, at the end of the day, that's all it fucking takes. You know, that's really all it freaking takes. Obviously, you got to have some idea how to trade the options and stuff like that, or stock, whichever you choose to. But you don't need any fancy, boot camp. You don't need any, these guys who are selling you $2,500 pack. I mean, you don't need none of that shit, man. You don't need none of that shit. Do I regret spending all that money? Hell yeah, I could have done a lot with that money, particularly what we just went through. But spending that money got me to the point where I just like, man, what the hell is going on? I've been trading for 3 years, 5 years at that point. I'm looking at my account. I'm not seeing the growth. And then I just went back to the classic shit, that Warren Buffett, I read some of those old ass stock market books, and just sure enough, a decent moving average, some strength. So you remember selling do-rag, selling penny stocks? Hell yeah, bro, because I had lost so much money. I had to cross over to the dark side, man. I had lost so much money trading, Verizon, and because you know how they teach you how to trade when you coming out of school and stuff. Well, buy the stuff you like. You shop at Walmart, buy Walmart stock. Oh, look, you've got an iPhone, buying an Apple stock. And, at the time you buy one, because that's the only time, you think you're going to get rich off that. They don't even tell you about options at that point, right? At the beginning. Yeah, shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. But, yeah, man, and then I was like, fuck it, man, I'm trying to get paid. So some guy from Chicago reached out to me. He's like, yeah, man, I promote penny stocks, and bro, you got a nice platform, bro. You talk well, man. I think you could do this. I was like, bet. How much you gonna pay me? He's like, man, look, I'm gonna give you a ticker. You can make video about it, and I'll give you $2,500 for every time. Oh, my bad, bro. I think I accidentally. Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that, bigger cage. I'm gonna give you $2,500 for every time you make a video on it. At the beginning, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And looking back on it, he ripped me off for about 3 to 4 months, and eventually I caught on because I'm like, oh shit, look, all I made is $2,500, and I go on OTC markets and I generated $271,000 in volume. How the fuck did I only make $2,500? But yeah, those penny stocks were good times, man. Do you think you made that? Oh, hell yeah, bro. Oh, man. CKJ, I made all that money back. J&J. Yeah, penny stocks. The penny stock times were good times, man. I don't think they'll come back just because now with free trading, and, Robinhood being free, and I just don't see OTCs coming back, man, because information travels too fast. That I think we were living at the end of pennies. We were. I was at the end. That was the last hurrah, really. That was the last hurrah. Information travels too fast now. What made penny stocks work was the fact that some people knew and some people didn't know, and now everybody knows. Yeah, you say you're working pretty good with penny stocks. Okay. Oh, I'm talking about you. You're talking about penny stocks in terms of that trade on the Nasdaq, and I'm talking OTC triples, doubles. The shit that went from 2 cent to 9 cent. And you double, tripled, quadrupled your money. I appreciate you, gamer boy. A lot of people made money on some of my picks, man. A lot of people made money on some of my picks. Some people lost money too. So what are you guys looking at in terms of tomorrow, though, man? Because tomorrow I'm definitely trying to see if we get this bounce, which I probably should have gotten QTQQ today, but boy, I'm trying to see if we do get a bounce tomorrow. I'm trying to see what it's looking like on some of these leveraged or even play some Apple calls. Let's go to a 5 minute in Apple. But right now after hours is still looking a little sluggish. Okay, we're catching up a little bit after hours right now. Still kind of sluggish though. Nah, I'm not a big fan of trade ideas, man. If you're gonna go trade ideas, go to, I don't even know what they're called now. I think they're called scans. Yeah, scans. That's why scans is suing trade ideas. Trade ideas is basically scans. It's a weak version of scans. So just go get scans. What scans is saying is that Tim Sykes hired a bunch of Indians to break down scans, copied it, and all of a sudden he reintroduced it as trade ideas. But they used to be a sponsor of mine before they got sold out, or I don't know if they sold out, or I think they got sold. But then they recreated themselves as scans, which was kind of dumb in my opinion, because I feel like the initial name, which escapes me right now, was a lot better. Yeah, I don't fuck with that guy no more. I mean, I've just learned so much from him. He's like, I don't know. I just feel like there's levels to trading, and he's ABC. He's ABC, and then everybody starts there, and then eventually you kind of branch out. That's why almost everybody who fucked with him initially, they've all gone out and done their own. They all grow up and do their own thing, right? I mean, almost nobody who starts with him is still there. He had that little Asian guy, like Asian guy's gone. He had another like little Hispanic guy, he's gone. And he had another guy who kind of talked like he didn't have any nuts. He's gone. Yeah, Alex, so funny. I had a little beef with him. Remember, he tried to sue me one time because I was selling his course. I was low budget selling his course. And he's like, man, I'm going to sue you. And then he slipped up on some racist shit. with Soldier Boy, and I caught him, and I made a video calling him a suspected white supremacist. Oh, he blew my phone up. Man, he blew my phone up. Hey, man, can we talk, man? Can we talk, please, man? Hey, man, let's talk, man. Let's talk it out, man, please. So, yeah, eventually, I started selling it, and then I started giving it out for free using torrents and shit. So he blew my phone up, and then he called me, and then he's like, yeah, man, hey, man, I apologize, man. I'm never going to do that again. Blah, blah, blah. So I took the video down. I took the video down. Yeah. Yeah, it was some funny ass shit. But I mean, all these guys, all these guys who came after Tim Sykes, though, he's fathered all these clowns, man. He's fathered all of these clowns, who videos are all over my channel now. I mean, there's so many clowns, guys who want to teach you how to trade. I mean, and they're all just regurgitating, free shit. Let's just, it's all free shit, man. Don't let anybody lie to you. Like, there are books written, that will give you just as much information. I mean, these books are out of print. You can go get them on Amazon or eBay for like $6-7. You sit down, spend 2 weeks, paper and a pen, and you can learn, some really, really great information. So the other guy's up $13 million. That's incredible. Absolutely, man. And what's really cool about what Tim is teaching over there, though, I would give him credit, is that it's all stocks, no options. It's all stock, no options. So it requires a lot of discipline in the initial stages of growing your account, because you can go buy an option and earn $700, but you can also buy an option and lose your entire, lose 50% of your position, in the first 10 minutes if you're not careful, all right, with some of these intra-week options. So he's teaching people how to do this with stock. And it requires some patience, because, your first trade might only be a couple $100 here, $50 there, $30 here, and you're just going to have to work with that over time. But, if you stick with it, his plan, his strategy, I don't know what the strategy is. He teaches more or less, what are they called? Gosh, I forgot what it's is a word for it, but basically when the chart patterns, there we go, chart patterns. He teaches chart patterns, which I could never remember. He's got interesting names for them. But, people memorize them, man. People memorize them. Scalping, it's a little bit of scalping too, absolutely. Yeah, for the most part, it's scalping. CKJ, you're right. But it can definitely teach you how to get somewhere, with limited loss too. With relatively limited loss. I mean, even today, if a guy comes to me and he's only got $2,000, $2,500, I'm not going to sell him my course, which talks a lot about futures options and stuff like that. Which, by the way, I'm also going to be uploading some videos this weekend on leveraged ETFs. Right? So it's not for people who are risk adverse, but you got a little bit of capital. I'm going to push you into to trade stocks. So day trading requires the ability to read patterns and read candlesticks. Absolutely. Oh yeah, man. Raider junkie. You would think that that's how it is, man. But man, you would think that, bro. But with these commercials, with these ads, people expect that, when they get into a trade, they're gonna win. And they're gonna start winning right away. They're gonna get rich and start making real quick money. And as you said, it doesn't work that way. Alex, you said you're enjoying the airlines now. I watched the airlines through that ETF Jets. Obviously, it's not as big as some of our other ETFs out there. But it does a good job of kind of keeping me in front of what's going on. But for the most part, they're still all beat up. AAL, DAL. DAL looks not bad today. The weekly looks pretty decent. This is a weekly chart, by the way. I'm pulling up. Here's Save a Lot. So it's still relatively boring, but they it's pretty nice on the weekly. They're holding their lows. They're holding the lows. And to tell you the truth, this is probably the time to be investing in those. If we're going, just whether you're buying, a Leap or going in there, full stock, this is probably the time you should be, adding into those. I don't think you can get worse from here. If anything, it's only going to get better when we talk about the airlines. Delta and United both, had some huge layoffs last week. So it's very clear that they don't see or foresee, a big turnaround anytime soon. But, a good put selling strategy there might work out. RKT, is that Rocket Mortgage? I'm a big fan. Big fan of Rocket Mortgage, man. I've been talking about Rocket Mortgage extensively on my daily podcast. It was really taking off before this 3-day comeback. It's really unfortunate because if Rocket Mortgage had went public back in April, we'd be talking about a $65, $75 stock today. But being that they literally just came out a few weeks ago, we're struggling to get out of the 20s. But we're going to get out of the 20s in Rocket Mortgage. You better believe it. Again, look into the management team. Look at the CEO, man. This is a guy who doesn't lose at anything. He owns the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's done incredible things with some of the other businesses he's owned. He's taken a couple public before, then bought it outright and took it private. This is the same guy who owns Quicken Loans. And he's just done an incredible entrepreneur. So, Rocket Mortgage is an opportunity I will not miss. I think that's the Carvana of mortgages. Play with the app. Just go play with the app. Especially if you're one of these guys who's got shitty credit or something like that, and you don't, go play with the app, and go see how easy it is to, buy a mortgage using your phone. You don't got to talk to anybody or anything. It connects to your bank, boom, 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 give you terms. Literally buy a house through your phone. Yeah, it's basically Quicken Loans. And, I think that there's some serious convenience in that, man. That's just the future. And the convenience trade will never, ever get old. You said with the high risk of real estate crash. Why does everybody think the real estate market's going to crash? I don't. Where does that come? Why do people think that, brother? There's not going to be a real estate crash, man. Like, people have been talking about a real estate crash for years. The initial '09, '08 crash happened because you had a severe problem with borrowers' inability to be able to pay. Right? Inability able to pay. That's not the question now. Everybody who can buy a home now, for the most part, can pay for that house. You're putting up more paperwork now than you did in '09, '08. Right? So, it's not, it won't be a crash. I mean, just, I just don't see it, man. People are buying, bro. Money is cheap right now. Contrary to popular belief, you got a lot of people who are, who can afford these homes, and they're buying these homes, man. Now, if you want to talk about a decline, I think you're going to see a massive decline in housing sales, particularly in areas that are cold. Over the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years. I think if you live, in Michigan, you live in Wisconsin, you live in, these northern states, Connecticut, it's going to be a hard time, man, in the next 10 years to live in places like that. These baby boomers are getting up there. They're going to be letting go of those properties. And you got a lot of people my age, right, early 30s, who don't want to fucking live up there, man. They don't want to live out in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin. They don't want to live up in the UP, Michigan. They don't want to live up in northern Connecticut. They don't want to live up there in Maine. They don't want to do that shit. So I could see, a decline in properties, valuations up there for sure. See, they're building 2 houses across from you from their speak. Oh yeah, man. See, people leaving New York City. Oh yeah, man. People leaving New York City. People are leaving San Francisco. This work from home thing has changed the game, man. People like Sal, I don't even want to go back to the office. Like, why were we even going to the office to begin with? I mean, we should have all just been working from home. We should have never, and you got companies who are like, fucking, we're going to make everything, work from home permanently. And it makes sense for a lot of positions. If you're one of those people who are lucky enough to have a work from home job, shout out to you. Because you got a lot of people who are like, man, I'm not going back into the office. And these companies see it, man. They see the productivity. They see that you're happier to work from home. They see that you're even more productive at home than you are in the office. Me personally, I was a shitty employee to begin with, just because I'd always sneak to the bathroom to go and trade. I'd be trading in the bathroom, trading at my desk. I was just a terrible employee, man. I was a terrible employee. But for those guys who, you got real liabilities. I mean, you got a family, you got, things you got to really provide for. You in that 9 to 5, working from home. I know it's a blessing. CKJ parole officer, you're in Maryland. They can't build houses fast enough. Man, Maryland is A-okay. Baltimore is a dump, though, man. Whew. Boy, I've been to Baltimore. Baltimore is rough. I thought Detroit was rough, but Baltimore, whew. Bro, Baltimore is rough. So I'm never leaving New York City. I'm trying to get a condo or a penthouse if these prices keep lowering. Hilarious. But shout out to New York City though, man. But man, if I could go back and get some of those properties that were, I mean, you watch these old like documentaries and they've got like Queens and Brooklyn like in the 70s when like people were like in a dump. Or if you watch like New Jack City, I'm like, man, you know how much those properties are worth now? And these people used to live in those places for like $200 a month. You know. But I digress. So you love your Chinese NIO. Why bother with that? I don't know why people will say, yeah, you know, NIO is the Chinese Tesla. Just buy Tesla. And my thing is, why buy NIO? Just buy, you know, Nikola. I think you get a better company with NKLA than you do with NIO. I wouldn't be surprised if NIO turns out to be another Luckin Coffee. Just a big ass fucking fraud. Every Chinese company ends up being a goddamn fraud. You know, you got people who say Baba is a fraud. Allegedly. Let me keep that out there. Allegedly. But you got people who believe Baba is a fraud. You say armed guards at the ATM in Baltimore, Maryland. Hell yeah, they. Say NIO is a tangible company. What do you mean? Okay, Alex, what do you mean NIO is a tangible company? A lot of gentrifiers are leaving cause because crime goes back up in the hood. A lot of those condos are starting to get lower. Yeah. I mean, real estate is a cycle, man. Real estate is a cycle, you know. Every beautiful neighborhood eventually becomes a ghetto, and every ghetto eventually becomes a beautiful neighborhood. It really is a cycle. It really is a cycle. Try going to Trenton, New Jersey. Is Trenton, New Jersey rough? Trenton, New Jersey. Is that the same place they filmed New Jersey Drive? That was a good movie, man. I'm a big fan of those like early 90s hip hop movies. You know, Sunset Park, New Jersey Drive. I mean, off the top, man, I got all those kind of DVDs. I'm a big fan of those with like the early rappers. You know, you used to see all the whoever the hot act was at the time. Sounds it's the time to stay away from high yield companies. What do you mean high yield? Do you mean high beta? You talking about the FANG stocks? So you're looking at condos in the Bronx? You've been watching too much Tariq Nasheed? Yeah, he's a hustler, man. Tariq is a hustler. I mean, some of his stuff is very entertaining. He's funny, but he's a hustler, man. He ain't gonna lead nobody nowhere. You know, at the end of the day, Tariq is a hustler, and he gives good game though. But you better have that $29.95 ready when he wants it. Trenton has nice parts. Camden looks like Detroit. Yeah, but y'all got some nice looking women in Jersey though, bro. Jersey's got some nice looking women. You know, some of them Puerto Ricans. Whoo! Oh, Jesus. But New Jersey, Connecticut. Yeah, Jersey, Connecticut area. Boy, them Puerto Rican honeys out there is so fine. Said get you that Ogun juice and them socks. Yeah, them dollar store socks Tariq is selling for like $40 is ridiculous. Say you hate Umar Johnson. That's hilarious, man. Bro, when it's all said and done, people will remember Umar probably more than Tariq, just to be honest with you. Because who's actually getting on these platforms and actually like moving the community, man? You know what I'm saying? Like Umar is lecturing, he's out here in the streets, he's lecturing, he's, you know, I don't know. I don't want to make it a competition, but I like Tariq, I like Umar. At the end of the day, they both, you know, moving minds. And as long as you out here moving minds, I guess that's all that matters. So you locked your doors when you went to Camden. You're from the South Bronx. Hilarious. Do I think terrorism, white supremacist terrorism, is going to ramp up? Nah. Everybody's recording it. I don't think it's actually increased. You have a proliferation of click media, and you know a lot of people are just trying to make money off clicks, and you know right now it's a lot of hype, man. It's a lot of hype right now, and a lot of people unfortunately getting caught up into the hype too. You know, but there are not any more unfortunate police killings than they've always been. You know, it's always been a problem. I can go back. You know, and again, I'm a big Black history buff. I can go back and find pictures in the 30s where they're talking about stop police killings and all of that stuff. So it's historically been a problem, but it's not any more bigger now than it was at that time. In fact, it was worse then, because back then you didn't even get to know who did it at all. And sometimes they would know who did it, and there was nothing anybody could do. You say, imagine Sal visiting Dykeman. Yeah, you know what? I went and I told you guys my story of like when I went to New York, right? I lived in New York from 2010 to 2012. November 2011 to January 2012. It's almost a year and some change. And bro, I got on at the time. What was hot was Plenty of Fish, and you know you'd meet girls on Plenty of Fish or whatever, and almost all the girls would stay in the projects. So I had a place. You know, I had a decent apartment that I was sharing with these yuppies or whatever, and I'm going to these projects, man, and shout out to me being just dark, being a dark-skinned dude. People really wouldn't really try you. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty tall too. So people wouldn't really try me because I don't know. But they knew at the same time I didn't live there. But I knew how to be at the time, really gutter with it. I could have a skull cap or some shit like that. I just try to make myself look like somebody who probably had a gun on him. I wanted you to think more than likely I got a gun on me. So, I never got fucked with in any of those projects down there, man. I went to, one the Jay-Z said he came from. I forgot the name of that one. I went to a whole bunch of them in Brooklyn, and then there was one in Staten Island I went to. Man, dude, I was banging girls all over those projects, bro. All over those projects. Sis, I was thugging. Nah, man, just, being young, dumb, and full of cum, bro. That's all. You know what you're doing in the early 20s, bro? Just running around banging chicks. That's all I was doing. Marcy Projects. Yeah, there we go. But Marcy Projects is soft now. Now it's a bunch of old people. But at least back then, 2010, 2012, it's still, it was still relatively, kind of wild. But one thing that's universal, bro, all the projects elevators always smell like fucking piss, bro. It's not a project elevator unless it smells like fucking piss. Every single one of those places, the project smells, the elevator smells like urine. Like somebody fucking pulls their dick out and just fucking sprays the fucking, walls. It's ridiculous. Said POF was where it was at back in the day. Oh yeah, man. Bro, I had a whole game for POF that some guy taught me, man. I had my copy and paste. I had, bro, I'd be talking like 5 or 6 girls at one time, just copy and pasting responses and shit. I had a POF style down, man. I had it down. Now I'm older, you don't even have to try, Now in my early 30s, I got somebody serious now, but like when I first turned 30, from basically I realized from like 28 to now I'm 33, I don't even really try, bro. Just having a car, your own house, you getting your bills paid, you got to hustle, they're giving it up, bro. She's going to let me blow my load. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, those cheeks are going to get spread. Because it's like, man, this guy has his own thing. He's got his own thing popping off. He can give me money to get my hair done, my nails done. Maybe if I need a little bit of money on the side. Because half of these guys out here aren't trying. They're not really trying to take care of no woman, man. Let's be honest. Most guys are not trying to position themselves to take care of a woman. So if you can position yourself to be able to have the kind of income that can take care of you and somebody else, bro, you're going to get the cheeks whenever you want, man. You're going to be able to bust cheeks whenever you want. It's not like my early 20s where I was trying to sweat getting some ass, bro. I don't even, bruh. Just bring her all over here, putting her in the kitchen. Man, I be having these women cooking whole meals for me and stuff, like making them feel like they can, this kitchen can be for you one day. Next thing you know, she's slobbing on the knob, bro. So none of the ones in sound views like your feet. He said when you were coming up in the 90s, the projects were the projects. Maybe we were desensitized. Said you wish you were 20 again. Why? You don't even need to. For what? Jeff, how old are you now, bro? People think you need to be 20 to meet 20 years, bro. You don't even need to be. The girls I still kick it with like 22, 23 years old, man. I'm 33. I'm still, I'll be, God willing, I'll be married and have more kids by then, because I really don't want to be a player in my 50s. But God honest truth, if for whatever reason, if I'm in my 50s, I'm still going to be banging chicks in my 20s, bro. I don't give a damn what anybody say. I'm still going to be banging chicks in their 20s, excuse me. Hilarious. You don't trade Forex. What are my thoughts on it? I've already talked about Forex. I mentioned, hey, look, if you're going to play Forex, play, exotics, because your ability to find trends is a lot easier in the exotics, and your winning percentage is higher US dollar exotics than they are in anything else. Okay, Jeff, you're 32. I mean, what 32? Come on, man. You made yourself sound old as hell, Jeff. Jeff was like, I wish I was in my 20s again. God damn. You're 32 years old. I mean, bro, you have possibly another 50 years of life left. Do you know that, Jeff? You're probably another 50 years of life left. It's a long fucking time, man. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. My thing is that I thought, because my dream was eventually to kind of have my own family and all that. But every girl I meet now, bro, has kids, man. And it's hard, sometimes, because you can't discipline the kids. All you're just like, hey, I'm gonna tell your mom. I mean, it can be frustrating, man. And you're not trying to look out to discipline anybody. It's just, it's somebody else's kids. And you try to build a relationship, but for the most part, when you're dealing with, slightly older kids or kids that are older than 5, they pretty much already know who their real parents are. So they've already got those relationships, right? So you're just kind of like there, right? So now you're kind of splitting resources with somebody who really doesn't even like you like that. So it can feel, it can feel a bit discouraging, It can feel a bit discouraging, but sometimes when the mom is special, you deal with it. You deal with it, because there are definitely awkward moments where it just kind of feels weird as fuck. It feels weird as fuck. And, I'm in a position where it's like, some of you guys may remember, I was dealing with this company out in the Dominican Republic, or, gosh, what's this called? This website out of Africa and stuff like that. So there are things I can do. Things I can do, And for a while I was messing with this Spanish girl. Oh God, I should have made my move on her, because she was giving me some play, but she was just so hot though, This Dominican girl called Leticia. Oh my God, she was so hot. Because the thing about these Dominican chicks is like a Dominican 8 is like an American 10. So she had just got to America, and she was like living with her uncle or something like that. So she didn't really know she was fucking hot yet. So I didn't really want to. So even though she was kind of feeling me, I didn't want to get too committed, because I knew it was like, man, eventually we're going to be somewhere, or it's going to snap that, oh shit, I got really huge tits. I got a huge ass. I'm really pretty. All these guys like me. You know what I mean? And she's gonna be a handful. She's gonna be a handful. But in the Dominican Republic, she's average. She's very average, and she had a very average. Like, I'm an average chick, but no, like, you're fucking smoking hot. You're smoking fucking hot, man. You don't know it yet, because you ain't really been out the house like that. But once, you start getting some paper in your hand, you get a little job, you start moving around the city, because for the most part, she was just kind of running up and down the neighborhood, the apartment complex where I was living in at the time. You said you can't trust him here. She did need $20 all the time I saw her, though. Oh, Poppy, can I get $20? Appreciate you, CKJ. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't want to, and I don't want to make it seem like it's a bad thing. Sometimes you got some good women out here who unfortunately got led dirty. You know, guy busted his nut, and next thing you know, she didn't want to abort. So it is what it is. And most of these guys aren't even really in the picture. Sometimes you do have a guy who's in the picture and he's not that serious. So, it is what it is, man, with a lot of these girls. It's only Congolese descent. You can get every young. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I trust me. I think about that all the time. Just going to Africa, picking up some hot dark African and just bringing her here. I think about that all the time. I really don't know what's stopping me because 2 years ago I went back to the Congo. My first time in the country, I met my grandmother for the first time and met a bunch of my family members and stuff that I had never met in person. And dude, they're just, oh my God, and this is me not being rude, but they're just walking around with like their tits out, and I'm just like, what the fuck, like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, dude, bro, did you just see? She just like walked right by us, and she's got like triple Fs. Like, it's like, yeah, the women, they walk freely. Let the women walk through the community. They walk so freely. I'm like, are you serious right now? Like, did y'all just watch this woman with double Fs? And it's not just one. It'd be like, 20, 30 of them just walking around. But at the same time, you got to understand, this is somebody who doesn't really have an education, too. They don't really have an education. You're going to have to teach them how to do things. And, there are women of means there, There are women of means there. So it's a lot that goes into that, man. And then you got to do the K-1 visa process. So there's work involved. There's work involved. And I think a part of me also knows that might end up being what I have to do. What I probably would have to do. Appreciate you, Alex. But, if I'm going to go and do something like that, I'd probably get a South African or like a Tanzanian or maybe even a Ugandan, Rwandan, something like that. Somebody who's has some exposure to English, exposure to English. And plus, Africa, we're really, each part of the continent has its own phenotype. One thing about being Congolese is that you really can blend into everyone else's, right? I can go to West Africa and, kind of blend in there and like go to East Africa. I probably wouldn't blend in totally in East Africa just because some of the people have an Arab kind of mix. South Africa too, certain places, right? In Zambia, I think I would definitely blend in Zambia and whatnot. So it's all relative, man. I saw somebody mention the South African chicks. Yeah, they're hot. They're definitely hot. If you're more into like just tight abs, huge hips, and if you're that type of guy, South Africa is where it's at. Someone said it's not against the law to walk around naked in Africa. Yeah, that's what they do big time out there. They do that big time out there. Bro, they walk around like that in Mexico. You go to some of these Mexican villages that are like way outside the main capital and stuff like that. They do that out there, man. There are parts of Mexico that look like Africa. Not necessarily the people, but just in terms of like how the people live and stuff, it's not as developed, and people aren't fancy and just kind of hanging around. And hey, Blueberry J, what's going on, man? Hey, Blueberry J, are you still in insurance? You said O'Shea is having fun in Uganda. Yeah, shout out to O'Shea, man. I might visit him. I actually wanted to visit him this year. I want to visit him this year, but with the whole COVID thing, I might do that next year, man. Yeah, travel really, isn't as expensive as it really used to be. Oh, what's going on, Renell? Yes, indeed. The broke genius. Sal. Oh, what's going on, Bill Betts? Shout out to that. What? Where's everybody showing up for? Did an alert just come off? God damn. All these people showing up. Shout out to all the people in the house right now. Bill Betts, what's up, man? He said still trading stocks. My insurance is a bonus now. Okay, that's what's up, man. Yeah, because I remember you had said that you were into insurance, so that's good, man. I'm curious as to how the business is going now with the whole COVID thing. A lot of insurance professionals now working from home, still getting the job done. Yeah, but the broke genius, I wouldn't let these last 2 days of the market really bully you around. I mean, again, I really see this more as an inflection point for the market. We had just ran up a bit aggressively. I don't think this is it. But, time will tell. We need to find a floor, and that floor needs to hold for us to continue to see some upside movement here. All right. And then, of course, we need to see the same level of aggressiveness to the upside that we saw initially. And if we don't see that, then, yeah, I mean, obviously this is this could very well be just a sideways move into the election. Yeah, I mean, you got people running for the exits the last 2 days. You got people questioning valuations. It said, appreciate you, the broke genius. You're very valuable. A lot of weird content creators out here. You should go live more. Dude, I used to go live every single day. I burned myself out. I used to go live every single day, and I did it for 2.5 years. I just burned myself out. I just got really exhausted. Because you trade all day, go live. And in my lives, I'd go for like 6 hours. Sleep for 2 hours, wake up at 6, turn on Bloomberg, catch Bloomberg to see what's going to be hot. And at the time, I didn't have a swing trading strategy. It was a day trading strategy, and I was trading stocks. So my mind is fried, until the weekend. And then the weekend, you don't really enjoy it because if you're a trader, you don't really even enjoy the weekends. You're looking at charts and looking to see what mistakes you made, and you're waiting for that Sunday market open for the futures. I mean, you know how it is. For those guys who really, really love this shit. Oh yeah, absolutely, Blueberry J. I got nobody on the hotline now, but yeah, man, absolutely. Said people at home need something to listen to. Broke genius, you work from home? This Sal got so much money he don't even thank the people that gave him money. He's so funny. You're hilarious. No, I mean all the people. I learned from people like Blueberry J and people like so many people who we had call in before. I think in fact Blueberry J he's got some videos on this channel. I think he can definitely look up and find some shows what I did with him calling in. Yeah, I got a 5G phone now. I got the Note 10 5G Plus, or whatever that is. But I'm about to replace this for the Note 20 Ultra, though. The Note 20 Ultra, that's supposedly got a better camera than this one, which is, I'm going to be shocked to see because this has got an awesome camera. This has got an awesome camera on it. But I replace my phone every year. Verizon loves me, man. I've never missed a payment or anything on. So they get their money's worth giving me a phone. Oh, so you go to the office once or twice a week? Okay. Yeah, most people don't want to go back at all anymore. So trading is like a scene from Paid in Full with Mitch. I love the game. I love the hustle. Hilarious. The problem with that is Mitch, I don't know, he's a smart guy, but he was also dumb. In the fact that he didn't want to leave his neighborhood when he was making money. If you remember one scene from Paid in Full, he talks about how, if I leave the game, other people still gonna love me, man. And that wasn't necessarily, I don't think, a fear of being loved. I think Mitch, this don't sound crazy and I don't want to go too deep into it, but I think Mitch was afraid of white folks, bro. He was afraid of being in a neighborhood that wasn't chaotic, that wasn't, full of drama and turbulence, and he was afraid of a normal life. Where people say good morning, hello. That's why you still see it today with people who just don't want to leave the hood, right? They don't want to leave, something they're just so comfortable. They love the chaotic. It's not about not being able to leave. It's not about not having money. It's just, man, I love my people. What? Nah, you a part of you is just afraid of white folks. They don't want to admit it. And it's hard to get them to really admit it, to see it themselves. But hey, that's a different conversation. So wish your parents taught you the stock market game coming out of high school. There's nothing you can't make up now. There's nothing you can't do to make it up now, bro. But of course, a lot of people think that if you had known what you know now at 15, or 17, would you have been better, or would you have made more money by now, or something like that? You don't know. You don't know if you would have even used the information. Because there are a lot of 17-year-olds who have access to all this incredible technology to start a business right now, and they're not doing it. They're somewhere smoking crack or, doing all kind of horrible things. Say your cousin's up 100K in the game, won't stop trying to get him in market. Okay. You said it's the money issue because you have to find a way to get that house legit so the feds won't be on you for tax evasion and more. Well, you just put it in somebody else's name, man. You do what a lot of drug dealers do. You put it in somebody else's name, and then you do, like a rent to own type of thing, or, you get a lease on it. You know what I mean? You can rent houses. You don't have to buy the house. You can just rent houses. You know, or you wash the money through a business. You right, get a business to purchase the property. You know, there are ways professional corporations wash money. Any thoughts on Nikola and GM dropping $2 billion on them? Yeah, I thought it was just a big deal, man, for Nikola. This is an opportunity for them to get access to everything a real, quote unquote, real company needs. You know, and they paid very, very little money for it to get the same kind of leverage that, a Tesla has, to get access to the same quality engineers, to get access to the same facilities. Nikola gave up pennies. They gave up pennies. So it's a big, big deal for NKLA. And now, as I mentioned on my Twitter post, nobody can say that it's a pump and dump. You can't say it's a pump and dump now. For a long time, people say NKLH is a pump and dump. Man, like now, hey, GM is on board. 110-year-old company is now on board with a potential ownership stake. You're going to put somebody on the board. That's a big deal. Big, big deal. Mr. JRH, your son is 23. God damn, brother. How old are you? I'm thinking you 23, Mr. JRH. I was thinking you 23. You sound young on Twitter, there's your social media. So remember, it wasn't easy to trade 15 years ago. Price, yeah, I do. And 15 years ago, like the first stock I ever bought was called Revlon, and I remember having to pay like $20 just to do the trade, dude. It was ridiculous how much trading used to cost back in the day. It was ridiculous. You can still pull up some of those early E-Trade ads now. For it's like $29.99, $39.99. Man, it used to be so ridiculous to trade. These companies used to make billions on commissions and things like that. Say Tesla going down to pennies? Nah, I don't think so. Like I said, it's just a reflection point. Spy green tomorrow. Spy green tomorrow. We get a green day tomorrow. It'll be a weak green day, but it'll be a green day. It'll be a weak green day, though. Unless we get some news. Unless we get some bad news. But we're going to pull ourselves off the 50 moving average here. A lot of stocks have gone down to about the 50. You got plenty of stocks at the 50 moving average right now, especially, look at, PayPal, you look at, Square, you look at some of these other stocks, they're all the way, they're at the 50 moving average. So this sell-off has been aggressive. 11% in 3 days on the Qs. So yeah, we're gonna give some of that back. We're gonna see some short covering tomorrow, and let's see if some more buyers step in. Let's see if some buyers step in. Yeah, Blueberry J just brought up the Qs. Let's see if some buyers step in here. That pullback to the 25 has been previously a very, very good entry. And boy, this was a very fun play to sell weekly puts on for a very long time. That was a very, very good trade for me back in May and June. Buying opportunity across the board. I'm going to be looking at some plays like DocuSign and stuff like that. Stocks that I know that, hey, this trade isn't going anywhere in terms of, the pandemic is not over yet. DocuSign, you had an incredible run into their earnings, and they delivered an incredible number, by the way, incredible number. So, I think DocuSign and some of those other plays out there can be very, very interesting. So we'll see how this plays out over the next couple of days. But I don't think the Qs are done just yet. Because at the end of the day, there's really nowhere else to go. If you're talking about the next the next 24 months in general, there's really nowhere else to go besides tech. You're not going to go. You can't go to the airlines for real beta. You can't really go. Where else can you go besides technology? But as I mentioned earlier, we pulled up quite a bit of growth. We have pulled up quite a bit of growth using the Fed. So back then we didn't have mobile phones to trade. Yeah, you didn't have mobile phones to trade in too. That's true. I remember reading the back of an investor pamphlet, and there was what was called drip investing or direct reinvestment plan. I think that's what it's called, where you would either be working for the company and they would take it out of your check, or what would happen was, you'd put your banking information in there and they would just, hit your account every month for a certain amount, just automatically. But this was like a form you had to fill out and like mail it in. It was but those were weird times, man. And it wasn't that long ago. This was like 2003, 2004. Yeah. There you go. Dividend reinvestment plan. Okay, yeah, dividend reinvestment plan. And it was a form you filled out that I got when I bought the Revlon stock and some of the other ones. Have I ever used Webull? Is it very good? I liked Webull, but it's got a very interesting setup, man. It has got a very professional, almost like a very professional looking platform, particularly their desktop version. It's very pro looking. But they do have limitations because they don't offer option trading to the extent that I would want it to be. I like to do my spreads, and unfortunately they do not offer spread trading over there. EVS. What is that? PLM. PLM? Is that what you're talking about? Is it small cap? Yeah, very. Yeah, I hate that chart. That chart looks horrible. I don't doubt you made money though, Raider Junkies, but boy, that chart is not friendly. Yeah, I've mentioned quite a few times Walmart and Amazon are headed for a crash collision. I mean, this is going to be the battle of the Titans to see who is going to survive the decade, because Walmart, I'm looking at Walmart and some of the cost, in regards to their buildings, just the huge operation that is Walmart. And I'm thinking, can Walmart truly survive, an Amazon world? But they with that Jet acquisition was amazing for them. They've been doing a lot of things. Delivery from the store, 2-day shipping. I mean, they've done some amazing things to keep themselves abreast of the trend for e-commerce. But I just, I don't think it lasts much longer. I think eventually the stores do become a problem for them. They are a lot of places that, a lot of people otherwise wouldn't be, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some Walmarts where Amazon, would love to be able to get to in a day's notice, but can't. But I remember when Walmart used to be the enemy, and I did a show on this. You can go back and watch documentaries where people would protest when a new Walmart was coming up. Remember that, guys? You'd have people standing out there like, we don't want a Walmart here. Now people protest Amazon. Blueberry J, credit or debit spreads. I do mostly credit spreads, but I've dabbled in debit spreads. But I'm mostly, I'm a big fan of credit spreads, particularly. Big fan of credit spreads. They made a few thousand on AUI. Okay, congrats, Frankie AK-47. Yeah, them gold plays are going to be looking nice once we get a nice rebound here on the shiny stuff. Your money will start going to weed sector. Nah. I think the time has came and went for weed, man. The time has came and went for weed. I think they had their chance. Weed has pretty much had, a good 6 years, 7 years, really since 2013, 2012, man, to really do what it was supposed to do. And what people have realized is that weed, although commercially viable, it's not, I don't think it can get big enough to where it can be publicly traded like this. Like the cigarette companies. It can't. I don't know. I just feel like the market's kind of giving up on it, man. I thought people saw the marijuana industry and they saw probably a future British tobacco. They saw that kind of level or that kind of potential, and it's not going to be there. I think what you just continue to have is just a big fractured planting, growing, selling, distribution. That's just what it's going to be. It's just a bunch of small little privately owned companies that are just kind of doing it the way they're doing it. Eventually the federal laws will catch up, but even then, it's just the margins just aren't there. They're just not there, man. That's like saying, can you get a publicly traded hog company, a publicly traded, chocolate producing company? It's just not. Nah. Just can't, man. Just can't. So they lost so much money in Hexo, you'll never invest in weed again. Yeah, man, weed is just, just the margins aren't there, man. When it comes to farming in general, man, it's just not, the money's not there. And at the end of the day, that's what marijuana, it's a farm, it's a farming business. And the labor involved, and Yeah, there's some tech, but yeah, it's just if you really study it, it's just not there, man. The LTR, and so much money has been lost. I mean, you just had, Raider Junkies mention it. So much money has been lost on those plays. You know, the LTR Dollar Tree. I'm a big fan of Dollar General more, but Dollar Trees too. These are kind of those recession-proof plays. Yeah, I'm a bigger fan of Dollar General. Got some liquidity in the options as well too. These are nice plays right here. Both of those would technically be pretty good trades. But I mean, there's so many other targets you can put in. Again, Dollar General looks good, but then I mean, if you make a case for Dollar General, just make the case and buy Visa or MasterCard, right? I mean, it's I think you can make a case for those too. I mean, if you can make the case for Dollar Tree. I mean, there are a lot of great companies out there right now. A lot of great companies. Again, I use preferably on the tickers that I really want to get into an hourly chart. Again, the 1025 moving average. Not every signal is perfect. Trust me, I get burned on some signals. But boy, when a trend goes, man, it feels good. When you get that crossover trend and it plays out, and you don't know because you can't predict the future. So you've got to take every single crossover, and it's frustrating sometimes. It can be very frustrating. That's why you kind of stick to stocks that trend very well, that have some implied volatility to them, not crazy. And then you buy the in the money option on the whichever direction the market goes into. Yeah, you got to ride the wave because you don't know what's going to happen. But whatever it is, just make sure you buy the in the money option, preferably with at least a minimum of 2 weeks on the option. Because you don't know how necessarily long the trend is going to last. But you don't want to be, going in on something like this on a Thursday and then buying the Friday expiration. It's not going to look good. Could play out, but doesn't always work. ALB. Albemarle. Chemical. Don't know much about the company, man. Let's look at the weekly. You got a strong weekly chart here, but I don't know much about the company. You weren't doing very good going into the year. Looking at a stock that had lost nearly 60% of its value, from 2018 to the lows for March. So yeah, I don't know what was going on there. Let me look at that Hexo stock you were talking about. God damn, Hexo. Yeah, man, this is just a number of those marijuana plays that's ended up like that. Quite a few of them. Microsoft is another good one too. I mean, I picked that off the floor. I mean, if you can get Microsoft at 195, man, 193, I'd pick that off the floor. I picked that off the floor here. Here's Microsoft. Get some of that. Get 195 Microsoft, 190. I'd take that. I'd take that and see what happens. You know, we had just got a bit overextended on a lot of these plays, man. We had just gotten a little bit too far from reality. You know, you look at that candlestick. Going into last week, we had just got so far. From some of those shorter moving averages, and now we're coming back to reality a little bit. I'm definitely watching to see if the conversation in regards to the election starts to take up more of our time in regards to business news, because this has been a very interesting year where we just haven't really been talking about the election. I mean, it's been around, it's been discussed, but because they can't campaign, it's a weird election, man. You can't campaign, right? You can't go out there and gather 200 people in a hall. So a lot of these candidates are just hoarding cash. Nobody's mentioning, if you notice, what they're going to do with the money. But these campaigns have been hoarding cash going into this year. I have heard the ads. Definitely, I have heard the ads. But you got to believe that a lot of the money that had been set aside for the traveling, for the security, for the billboards and the flyers and the shirts, and none of that's really been spent. Hey, but I digress. You said, Blueberry J, you said 205 is the best you're going to get on Microsoft. Yeah, 195 sounds like a blessing. Yeah, but I would definitely grab some Microsoft. Love their business. Love what they're doing. I'm not a big fan of them trying to buy, TikTok. They haven't shown a very good history of being able to do consumer services the right way. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like they're just a corporate end product. They do very good B2B, but they just don't do direct to consumer very well at all. The Zoom product was a failure. What else have they? I mean, I know they've had another thing. What else did they have? I believe they tried some kind of social media thing too, which was a failure. They did the Microsoft phones. That was a failure. They have not shown, in my opinion, a very good ability to offer something directly to the product, to the masses. Microsoft Xbox, they're doing pretty well with that, but even that is still a distant second from PlayStation. And some people can say that they maybe have taken a step back in the last couple of years. But hey, you want to talk about cloud? You want to talk about, of course, the incredible Office suite. You want to talk about Windows. You want, B2B. They do it very, very well. They do it really well. But I'm the one who's looking at this TikTok situation. I think it's going to be, I think it could be a disaster for Microsoft. I really do. I think it could be a real disaster for them. You said they had a great camera phone with Nokia back in the day? Yeah, but their operating system was horrible, man. If you remember, they didn't even have the Facebook app. It was like a weird version of Facebook, and the apps were just horrible. It was just a weird presentation. You think TikTok and Microsoft is a TikTok with Walmart? TikTok with Walmart? Sell products and videos instantly. Well, let's see if that gets implemented, though. I mean, it's a lot of talk, but again, I don't know. Microsoft hasn't shown that. I'd love to see Google. Man, I'd love to see Google buy TikTok. Sell products and video instantly. Yeah, speaking of that, we're going to see Facebook start doing that very soon. Oh, okay, Walmart and Microsoft are partners in the deal. Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to see how it's going to play out. I hope I'm wrong. Oracle was a contender. Oh my God. Oracle for real? Jeez. Well, I mean, you want to talk about a sleeper stock. Oracle is just. So you want to talk about boring. E-Trade got bought out by Morgan Stanley. Yeah, I saw that too. Some consolidation happening there. Yeah, Oracle's a snoozer, man. It's kind of like Cisco and all of them. I mean, it's just one of those, just boring as hell. Cisco, I used to follow that one, but just these are just kind of really boring plays. I haven't seen anyone mention Nvidia today at all. This is another one that very interesting. Here, got it's another one too. I think that's just below the 20. It definitely is below the 25 moving average here. There's another one that's just very expensive in terms of the option side because the implied volatility gets ridiculous, and the option pricing can get just wild on Nvidia sometimes. All right, so you're looking at some trades and you're just like, man, for the money I could do this or this or this on some other, some other play. A nice move on Nvidia. Yeah, AMD. I like AMD too. AMD too. Before I bought this computer, I really, really seriously considered what AMD was doing with their processors. They got the new forgot, that's off the top of my tongue, but those new processors that they came out with that are really, really changing the game for them. And I seriously thought about them, but at the end of the day, Intel was just way more efficient for me in terms of dollar for dollar. Yeah, INTC. Let's look at INTC. Yeah, Intel used to be a little bit more exciting too than lately. At one time, but not so much anymore. But Intel used to be a very exciting stock to trade back, 2018, 2019. I don't know what happened there. It's so messed up how when you're talking about, at least for retail, we concentrate in just, maybe about 125 names just because they provide us with the daily liquidity, the price action that we really need to, generate returns. Obviously, if you're intelligent, you just kind of spread your money out and kind of allow those positions to trade and mature accordingly. But definitely not a candidate for a day trade. I don't know, man. I haven't paid attention to Roku in a long time. I was a big fan of Roku. It was a stock that had defeated me several times, and it was the stock that led me to, reevaluating my trading style. And I got a video up here where I talk about how I lost $7,500 in Roku. And definitely a learning lesson, man, because in the account at the time I had like $12,000 at the account at the time. And I just went in way too heavy. I just went in way too heavy, way too committed. I didn't have a real strategy at the time like I have now. And it was definitely a learning lesson, boy. Definitely a learning lesson. When you're on a hot streak, doing something dumb and having to start over, boy, you want to talk about beat yourself up. It was a tough 2 months, 3 months to kind of get back to where I needed to be. Oh yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough when you're on a winning streak and then you do something that you're like, oh man, this is about to be a game changer. I'm about to hit a lick on this. And it just did not go the way it was supposed to go. I mean, and it started immediately. It wasn't like, an hour later it wasn't going my way. It was like immediately. And I'm just like, nah. I'm just going to add more and add more. And it's just, what the fuck? These guys keep buying this shit. Because I was buying, it was a put. And I'm just adding to my put, and they're just buying and buying. I'm like, what the fuck? And I remember looking at the level 2, and it's just like, and you know how sometimes you're trading and it feels like the market can literally knows you're in the trade and everybody's just trying to fuck you. And I'm just watching the guys hit the fucking bid. They're just, I remember it like yesterday, bro. It's like, it was the $37 put, and the stock goes from 36, then it goes in the money to 37. Then they're slapping at 37.50, they're slapping at 38, 39. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm like, no, it's gonna pull back. And they're just buying and buying and buying. And I'm just like, what the? Next thing you know, bro, it was gone, bro. The game was up. The game was up. And I had to sell. Otherwise, I was going to lose everything. And then when you watch that account go from 12 to 3, and you're like, God damn. It's humbling, man. That shit is humbling. And you go from making, $2,200, $1,200 a day to now you gotta settle for like $285, $90 here and there. I mean, it's humbling, man. Humbling. So you're using a FinViz screener to see RSI breakouts. Okay, that's a good one. Say you were up 600 until the market crashed on Thursday. Yeah, you got to take those profits, man. When these stocks get get overextended, you got to take those profits. I mean, we had, and that's depending on whatever play you were in. I mean, you see some of these stocks, on Thursday, had gotten to, 70, 75 RSI. They're actually 80. There you go, right there, 80, 85 RSI on Apple. Again, this is the weekly chart. You're a weekly RSI 84, 85. I mean, that's high, man. That's high. So, you had some guys, of course, made really good money buying some puts up there or selling some calls up there. But again, it doesn't mean you go straight down, right? Because, I mean, we can see here into 2019 where we had gotten oversold on the RSI, and yet we continue to rally into that. This week not so much, just because you have a lot of other things going on. Yes, indeed. Let me see here. Gold at. Man, fucking gold and silver, bro. Ugh. So you hear a lot about this gold, and you hear a lot about DocuSign. Yeah, DocuSign is just, digital verification company. That's all. It's basically, that's all it is. Internet company that's, allows you to be able to get a signature on a PDF in a secure platform. That's all. And they do a very good job at it too. Literally everything from student loans to private loans to car loans to, real estate documents. I mean, you can partner up with DocuSign and you can consider that, a legit signature. So silver was a death trap. You got some competition out there, but they're the most legit player in the game. DocuSign is. Yeah, somebody says silver was a death trap. Still holding up there, though. I mean, still holding up there. Here's the weekly in silver. All right, you had a monster rally coming out of July, right? Where you almost gained $7 an ounce there on silver. And depending on who you're buying your silver from, you're actually paying a little bit more than spot right now, just because the demand is so freaking high. I mean, if you're buying physical silver right now, you're paying more than spot 26 right now, what they're asking for. You're paying way more than that. Well, not way more, but you are paying more than spot right now, depending on the quality, the quantity, of course, you're trying to buy. Not just what the company's going to sell you, but just also the fact that, look, there's so much demand. The ticker JD, Wonder API, one of these two. It says the Robin Hood of China. Futu? Okay. Never heard of it, bro. But after I saw that movie, The China Hustle, I don't trust any Chinese company now, man. If you watch that movie, The China Hustle, bro, it just makes every Chinese company look shady now. And you read some of these financials, and they're still using that Chinese, system of, of not including or including some earnings and stuff like that. Yeah, I saw The China Hustle now, and I'm like, man, First and foremost, I'm wondering where the hell was I in 2009, 2010? I didn't see all that, that easy shorts in a lot of those Chinese stocks. But hey, yeah, I don't know where I was, but I clearly wasn't paying attention to Chinese stocks in 2010. I wasn't even really in the market at all. Luckin Coffee, yeah, Luckin Coffee, boy. That's another one too I wasn't paying attention to. So anybody bought Apple in the March? Basically every black person on Twitter. Not every, but a lot of our charlatans in our community, especially, have pushed a lot of folks into the Tesla and Apple splits. So they're holding big bags, man. Because the way guys like Dr. Boyce Watkins and Brother Polite, some guy who calls himself Todd Billionaire, and I mean a whole bunch of these charlatans that we have who sell people the dream of becoming a billionaire through the stock market. They got so many people at the highs because they went so hard so late in the cycle. Now this could very well turn out to be good. I mean, like I said, if this is just an inflection point for a retracement back to all-time highs, it's going to be looked as another incredible missed opportunity, right? I mean, I would have loved if I was smart enough to go long on March 23rd, on March 24th, instead of April 16th or 17th, after I had lost about $2,500, $3,000 trying to short March through April, right through mid-April, because I'm thinking, okay, we're gonna keep going down, but it didn't happen. Let me just pull up Apple to show you guys. Go back to the daily chart. All right, so I'm thinking we're gonna still go down. I'm selling calls. I'm buying puts, and next the market, we cross over. I'm like, hold up, this is a buy signal. But nah, this can't be right. No, I mean, this is COVID, right? I mean, all the stores are closed. All the Apple stores are closed. They're not making any money. Everybody's home. The next thing you know, it's going up, going up, going up. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, you know what, guys? I'm not shorting anymore. I'm fucking going long. Fuck it. And then next thing you know, the money just starts coming in, man. The money starts just flowing. I'm not even mad at the Federal Reserve anymore. I know what they're doing sucks and it's evil as hell, but it's like, fuck it, man. It's working. Yeah, Overstock. Yeah, Overstock.com took off, man. Overstock.com took off. Wayfair took off. Chegg took off. A lot of stocks, man. These leveraged ETFs, TQQQ, FNGD. I mean, all those stocks, FNGU, I think is the straight one. I mean, they all took off, man. He said, Brother Polite. Yeah, Brother Polite is still out here. Yeah. He said, man, I can't stand these new phones, bro. I got a Note 10 5G Plus. I can't get off the damn wall, bro. These phones want you to have your whole life on the phone, but won't last, won't give you a full day of screen time. It's ridiculous. You got to give me a full day of not standby time. I need screen time. I need the phone to be in my hand 8 hours, 10 hours screen time. I need that. I don't need standby time. The standby is bullshit. Because this day and age, you don't, unless you're busy really doing something, you don't have, 8 hours to not use your phone. You said you didn't get that in Livongo. Yeah, let's take a look at Livongo. And what's the ticker for Livongo again? Not a big fan. Again, trader's dilemma. Got limited capital. Dozens of stocks. Somebody give me the ticker because I'm spelling it wrong. Okay, LVGO. There we go. Yeah, the last time I checked that, the liquidity on the options weren't fine to me. I'm sure they probably improved now, but last time I had looked at it, I mean, they had 80-cent wide spreads and shit. I'm like, oh, fuck that shit. When those, I've never done good on when they've got these horrible wide spreads. Because when it's time to get out of that thing, you get the worst side of the trade. So you like gambling, ZM? Yeah, Zoom is that one trick pony, man, that I think has got a lot of potential downside. I don't think Zoom makes it out of the decade, really. And a decade is a long time, but I think Zoom could find itself being sold for pennies on the dollar, just because it is very much a service that has already been replicated, that's already, better designed at some other places. But Zoom just the fact that they were able to get themselves, get that software implemented in a way where if you're using any browser, you're using, a cell phone, a tablet, a laptop, you can Zoom somebody. That's incredible. That's incredible. But I mean, you had other companies doing what Zoom was doing way before. Those of you guys who work in corporate America, you had Citrix out there doing this. Microsoft has been doing this. All right. So to me personally, I'm looking at Zoom like, this could easily be $100 stock again one day. Say people using StreamYard for free. There you go. So yeah, I think Zoom could be an incredible downside opportunity when it's all said and done. But can't deny those earnings were impressive, though. Those earnings were very, very impressive. You got a lot of business coming in. But yeah, like I said, once it's all said and done and people start moving to other systems that implement better with their corporate environment, right? Microsoft Teams doing very well with Outlook and PowerPoint and all. I mean, they're going to build ways to, create that and allow that to fit into the vertical even better. And Zoom is going to be left on the outside. So you're going to ask if it's safe for a put? I mean, heck, a couple of days ago was even better. I mean, at the highs, but we're well off. Almost $125 off the highs in Zoom. And again, it's not a very expensive. It's not a very cheap option, right? Not a very cheap option. And of course, if you want to play it, you play it through spreads. But let's see what happens. I mean, let's see what happens. COVID isn't over yet, but I have a feeling this is probably the best that it gets for Zoom. This is probably the best that it gets for Zoom, and that this time next year, I don't know if we're talking about a stock that's above $350. I don't know if we're talking about a stock that's above $200 this time next year. And that's not for you to go out and buy, a leap on Zoom. That's for you to continue to watch and see, what do these moving averages do? If this is the weekly chart that you're pulling up, and 3 weeks from now we're talking about 283, 260, 270, and you got other stocks that are running, but Zoom isn't. I think that's your answer. So they say willing to fit COVID be done. Yeah, I don't want capital sitting. Yeah, I see guys who are buying, they're buying resorts and they're buying airlines already. Look, I got a couple of those plays. For example, I got, Red Robin. I got Dave and Buster's, right? But resorts, and I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. MGM, stuff like that. MGM is not enough meat on the bone there for me, but is Caesars even still? I don't think they even still trade. What was this guy? This owner, CEO of that casino out there in Vegas, the one who had like a sexual assault situation where he was like grabbing these co-eds tits in his office. Yeah, this guy was basically, this Las Vegas, this guy runs a multi-billion-dollar hotel casino complex, publicly traded. And this guy was bringing on interns from the University of Nevada. And he's like basically like massaging their tits in the office. It's hilarious. What's the name of that ticker, man? Wynn. There you go. Steve Wynn. There you go. Thank you, somebody. Wynn. There you go. Wynn Resorts. Yeah, they're Wynn Resorts. Yep, that's it. I thought they'd be lower than that. Well, they are up for over 50%, so from those lows. Yeah, Steve Wynn. That's him. Thank you. So yeah, tomorrow I'm looking for the bounce. I'm looking to see if we hold support. If we don't hold support, then boy, it could get a little ugly. I think it might get a little ugly. I think you still have some selling to do in some of these stocks like Tesla. Maybe even Apple a little bit. Tesla just did way too much. I mean, we could be going back to these August prices. Tesla. Boy, what a hit for somebody who got up there. Yeah, that was a 5-minute chart on that stock. But again, I mean, this is wow. I mean, you want to talk about a sell-off, man. Very rarely does, the overbought RSI work this efficiently. Very rarely. I mean, we all know 75, 70, 80 RSI is overbought, but very rarely does it work this well. Typically just because it's overbought doesn't mean it, it just sells off like this. Some people also mention that there's a historical high that we actually ran into going back many, many years. I did see someone bring that up in a chart on Twitter. Basically the guy just kind of did something like this where he just kind of like, draw a big old line that supposedly we had hit it and it is what it is and we sold off. I don't know if any of you guys put any meat on that or not, but say some poor motherfucker try to catch that knife. Oh, you already know that. Hey, look, somebody gets killed on the market every day, bro. Every day there's somebody who cries their self to sleep based on the trade they took a huge L in. Somebody somewhere. Yeah, Dow futures up 28. I did see that. Hey, Jude 2109. Appreciate you for being here. I hope you click subscribe. It's a nice, small knit, serious group of traders here. Yeah, I agree with you, Bill Betts. I think it's still too early. I agree with you on that. When I say too early to go, I don't mean this is exactly what happens tomorrow. I don't know. I cannot predict the future. Again, that is why I resorted and given up to allowing moving averages to be the predictor of my direction in regards to trading. Otherwise, hey, call Miss Cleo. I always wonder why the people who work at CNBC don't get rich after a couple of years. I mean, they're literally reporting the trades every single day. I think they're not allowed to trade, but shit, man. I mean, some of those guys have watched Netflix, go to where it is, and many stocks go and triple and quadruple. But I think then again, you can probably say that about all of us. Race. Yeah, this the Ferrari stock. I am kind of surprised at how well it's done. But I mean, when you make a superior product and you got superior pricing power, and let's be honest, the number of billionaire trillionaires has only grown. Their wealth has only grown. Global wealth around the world has only grown. Developing countries, people, their billionaires have only grown. Chinese, millionaires, billionaires have grown. So yeah, company like Race doing very well. What's going on, Bigger KH? Graph said it's an auto driving stock. I'm confused on what you mean by auto driving stock. I have it listed here as a finance corporation. What is that? $710 million market cap. Okay. I have to look more into it. CNBC anchors get paid $250,000 a year. Not bad, just to talk about stocks. That's a good livelihood. It's a good livelihood, not to talk about stocks for a couple hours a day. These people working out of their home just like we are. The bigger KH, we shall see bounce back. Probably a SPAC. Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation. yeah, guys. So yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. You know, what happens over the next couple of days really is definitely a good start to the week. Definitely a good start to the week. I think you got some really nice opportunities out there, but you know, just the nature of things, you gotta you gotta take the risk, right? You know, do you buy Microsoft at the open? You know, excuse me. Say we open up at 203, 204. You know, you buy there and you hope that the low stays in, right? You hope the low stays in. You know, of course, you're not going to be using the weekly time frame, but you know, see what happens. Yeah, I remember into the close last week, Friday. You had a weird rally at the end of the day. The desperation rally. That was just a weird. That was so weird. I mean, after such an aggressive sell-off the day before, you know, that desperation rally at the end of the day on Friday, that was just so pathetic, man. It was just such a weird desperation, you know. Pissed me off. So MRVL is your hot stock pick. Marvel Tech Group. 3 to 6 months, 10 to 15% out. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Blueberry. I forgot you like those. You like to put a lot of time on your plays. Blueberry likes that long money, which is not bad because again I've learned that you know the further out you go, the higher probability you have of being right. You know, one trade that I call it the cash builder trade is that 45, 60-day iron condor. You know, because when you go that far out, it's almost impossible. Well, I don't want to say impossible, but it's hard to be wrong. You know, at the 80, 85, 90% probability. Well, I want to thank you guys for joining me. I mean, we've been on for quite a long time. You know, I can go on for hours talking about this stuff. I just love the markets, man. Just floored. You know, but again, tomorrow, you know, for me, it's going to be all FANG because that's just where the price action is, man. That's just where the volume is. That's where the returns are and have been for the last 6 months, at least for me anyway. Here's a chart of Facebook, which again, I believe is going to be the next $1 trillion company. I believe Facebook is going to be the next $1 trillion company. You know, so I'm really excited about, you know, a potential turnaround if there is one here. Again, hoping, fingers crossed, that you know, we retest some highs here. But Facebook will be the first thing I jump in for a retest. You should do the call-ins. I mean, I've had the call-in number on the screen the whole day. I mean, the whole 3 hours I've been on. You know, but don't call in now. I mean, I'm getting ready to go to bed. I mean, I know you guys have seen it, right? I know you guys have seen it. Yeah. But shout out to Dave Thomas, man. Shout out to everybody who donated. I appreciate it. You guys don't see the call-in number on the screen right now? There's no call-in number on the screen? Oh, man. Oh, okay, you do. Yeah, that's what I'm like, man. I know y'all better stop lying, man. Yeah. I mean, I've had the lines have been open. But I'm thinking about probably going back live again on Friday. I'm thinking about going back live again on Friday. I've been doing my daily wrap up just because I like to get myself on a consistent schedule. I want to get myself consistent again. So I made myself, put out something every single day. And plus, it's a nice little historical marker where, I can kind of put out just some stuff that's on my mind about some of the plays I'm following right now. Put out some ideas that guys are looking at right now. A little bit of humor. Just keep guys entertained with through the market week. So many people are putting out shitty content about just a lot of things that guys really don't care about. So I just try to put out things that that are just for real traders. People, what are they really looking at right now? Just the nitty gritty. Get it in, get it out. There's Facebook. Boy, I'm so excited about Facebook, man. Yeah, whatever happened to Bad Scientist? He's still out there, man. Bad Scientist is on Twitter now. Bad Scientist is still there on Twitter, man. Shout out to Bad Scientist. He's still on Twitter, posting on Twitter quite regularly, actually. He tried to run his own room for a while, but it takes a lot of time and effort to run your own kind of thing. And I think he stopped doing that, but he's got a family to run. He's got 3 kids, and so he's doing his trading. He's on Twitter though, Bad Scientist. Blueberries, you said every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. See, when you don't depend on YouTube income like some people, you actually do have to plan your trades out and study your trades and stuff like that. So, although YouTube income can be nice sometimes, I got old videos that people still watch. Like I got this guy who's like a over the road trucker, and he's like, yeah, man, I love your 6-hour shows, man. It keeps me entertained. I'm like, dude, I haven't done one of those in like 3 years. He's like, yeah, man, I love that shit. Like, what the fuck? So I'm like, why are my old shows making like $30, $60 a month? Like, these are shows from like 2017. I'm like, but guys, some people just like them. They were just long, and we'd get into all kind of weird ass shit talking on those things. Said Mr. Lloyd. Yep, I talked to Mr. Lloyd not too long ago. A lot of those guys are still trading. They're just, older now. He said he made some good change. Yeah. Oh yeah, bro. I was going in every night, exhausted. Man, you guys didn't know how tired I was. Bro, I would go on, and then some days the market didn't do shit, and and I'd have to pull something out of my ass because the market did nothing, bro. We'd have days where the market was up like 6 points. I'm like, fuck, what am I gonna talk about? Yeah. Yeah, I had some crazy tangents. We ended up having this guy who ended up getting semi-popular for a while. What was this clown who's been connected to Trump and some horrible things he got public for? He ended up calling the show a couple times and trolling us. I forgot his name, but we had him on the show for a little while. There was also a time where I was inviting damn near every penny promoter I can find, and then one guy gave us some turd play. His name was Sheepwolf. He gave us some turd ticker CVSI. I'll never forget it. I don't even know if it trades anymore. And like the next day, it just like dumped hard, like 33%. You fucking asshole. And he never came on the show again, bro. He blocked me and all kind of shit. Hilarious. Man, you guys are talking about like that was 50 years ago. Shit. Remember those times? Oh, man. You say you're walking with green energy plays? Okay. Yeah, one guy that disappeared that was just weird was some of you guys. Do you guys remember a guy by the name of James Bond? He used to call himself James Bond out of Las Vegas. And this guy made money like flipping and fixing iPads. It was just weird. That guy just disappeared. It was just weird. He used to be on the show like every single day. And he just like vanished. It was weird. It was just really weird. And I was still doing the show for months after then. And then there was one time he kind of popped up out of nowhere and he's like, man, I've just been through some things. And I was like, okay. And I never got his number to stay in contact with him. But yeah, he just like vanished, man. That shit was weird because most guys, they don't ever vanish. I can find them relatively easy, whether it be their YouTube page, their Twitter or some other social media platform. You can find them relatively easy. But he was just like, just disappeared. Yeah. Said no one can forget Treasure Hunter. Yeah, Treasure Hunter always had these OTC stock picks that were like illiquid. This guy will call up. He's like, yeah, man, I just made a bag. Yeah, man, pull it up, man. And you pull it up and it have like 800 shares traded. And he's like, yeah, man, I just made 5,000 on it. I'm just like, bro, it only has like only 300 shares traded today. Like, how did you make 5,000 on? And I didn't want to say it. I never said it because I didn't want to embarrass the guy. Because it just didn't the math didn't make any sense. Like, it'd be like a 000 stock, only 900 shares traded, 300. He's like, yeah, I made 5,000 on it, man. And I'd be like, yeah, man, that's what's up, bro. And I'd let him like give me another ticker or something. And I'd just say thank you and get him off the line. Like, it was always weird. And he was always like my first caller, which was kind of cool because I liked the fact that he started up the calls and got guys comfortable to call. Because for a long time, guys were just like scared to call or something like that. Yeah, it was some weird ass shit. Yeah, it was some weird ass shit, man. But then it got to a point where, I started getting pissed off because guys would call up and call me a nigger or something like that. That shit was weird. That was like a period of like 2 months where it was just like I was just being attacked. I'm like, God damn. And I think it was maybe somebody who got burned on the play that I put out there, who just was trying to take revenge on me. And one call was weird because it was just like, hey, I got a ticker for you. Can you pull up the ticker? I was like, okay, go ahead. Yeah, NJJR. I'm like, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, are you serious right now? Like, are you serious? Like, are you really? Did you just call my show to do that shit? And that was pissing that pissed me off. Because you can't reach through the phone and choke a motherfucker. And it just really, really sent me over the edge sometimes. Because I would just be like, what the fuck? God damn it, man. One guy I did kind of take it a little too far because I found out after the show he was calling from his work number because I called the number and it was a job. It was like a business. And I kind of, I think I got him fired, honestly. That's kind of fucked up. I think I got the guy fired. And that was kind of regretful. I do regret that kind of. I shouldn't have probably done that. I mean, but he was one of those dudes who was calling up and trolling too, though. He was calling up and trolling too. At the time. But I think I got the guy fired, which is really fucked up. Oh, man, I was just like, yeah, he called me a nigger and your employee called. Yeah, I was just, hey, my name is Sal. I run a YouTube channel. And, the guy called me a nigger on my show. And he just from your job, I'm calling back because I want to talk to a manager. And, the manager took my statement and everything. It was like when you tattle on somebody and then you're tattling and it's like, oh shit, I shouldn't even went through this shit. That's how I felt. Like it started getting real deep and shit. And the guy's like, okay, what time did this occur? I'm like, well, I do it at night. And he's like, okay, I think he's on the shift at that time. All right, we only have a few people who are on shift at that time. Sir, I believe we do know who committed the offense. We are deeply sorry about this. I'm like, oh shit. It got serious real quick. It got serious real quick, man. I'm like, fuck. I got that motherfucker fired, dude. Just like, I mean, because I got everybody in HR. They're just people who take everything so seriously. You know what I mean? That's just who people in HR are. And he's just like, sir, I deeply regret, the actions of our team member. I want to let you know right now, we're going to do everything within our ability to take care of the situation. And I'm just on the phone like, oh my God. Like I really just wanted to tattle on the guy. I didn't want it to get this deep. It started getting real deep, like multiple calls and shit. Oh my God. So yeah, I think I got him fired. Yeah. So yeah, a lot, man. This man, I've seen a lot, bro, a lot. So am I on Team Sleepy Joe or Donald Duck this year? Man, I don't know. Sleepy Joe, Donald. I don't know why. I just feel like both of those guys will end up just being both horrible. Like Joe Biden's gonna be horrible. Another 4 years of Trump are going to be horrible just because there's not much he can do for the economy. He's pretty much, at this point, if I'm him, I'd leave now just because the next 4 years are going to be horrible in terms of the market. There's not going to be it's just not going to be very much beta there. I just don't see it. I see a couple tech plays here and there, but for the most part, there's not going to be very much to go. I mean, I know they're counting on creating a lot of inflation in the market to get us back to full employment, but lately the inflation hasn't. You look at the last 10 years, you just don't see it. So, who says it's just going to show up now? If there's been any inflation, it's really been in housing, and that's been due to some other things just making it difficult to buy homes and lack of ability to get one. Yeah. You say he probably became the ultimate Trump. Oh man, fuck becoming a Trump supporter. He probably became a Klan member after I did that shit to him. That guy probably went out and bought a big ass KKK hat. Shit. Say you really invest and hold. You don't really like to sell much a few plays, but there's much that picks. What? I really invest and hold. I don't really sell much. A few plays here and there, but most part picks are long. Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, look, I don't blame you, Raider Junkie. The buy and hold works. You pull up the SPY, pull up the QQQ, throw up a monthly chart. Look, here's Facebook monthly. All right, let's throw up SPY monthly. All right, hey, buy and hold works. Buy and hold works. There's nothing against buy and hold. But what I can probably say for people who have buy and hold mentality is that they've got, possibly something else that they're doing that generates a significant amount of income that makes waiting worthwhile. If you're not in a position to just kind of sit back and let your money just kind of grow like that, then you need to develop a strategy where you can take advantage of, inefficiencies in price action to, generate a return, throughout the day, kind of taking advantage of those inefficiencies, where you can make, 300 here, 500 here, 1,000 there, 2,000 there, on the way up. And then you can become a buy and hold investor. Everybody in the end wants to be a buy and hold investor. I'd love to just kind of, have 1.5, 2.5 somewhere and be a buy and hold investor. There'd be nothing wrong with that. But you got to get there first. But being a buy and hold investor with some guy who's starting out with $2,500 and he's trying to make 2.5, 3% a year, and let's say this guy's 40 years old, 45 years old, that fucking sucks, man. That fucking sucks. That's not gonna work. He's got to do something that can, yes, magnify his risk, but also magnify his return too. He's got to do something. Yeah. Buy and hold, requires you to have passive somewhere else. That's why great buy and hold investors tend to be guys who have, large real estate portfolios. They have businesses somewhere else doing other things. And yeah, they can sit on Apple for 20, 25 years. They can sit on Walmart. They can sit on, all these stocks for years and years because they've got other lines of businesses or a business that generates a significant amount of return for them that they can enjoy life and ignore what's going on in the markets on a day-to-day, on a weekly or monthly basis. Mm-hmm. You say you started doing straddle plays and they have been making you money. That's what's up. This was around early 29. One dude that I pissed off. Dude, I pissed off a lot of guys, man. I pissed off a lot of guys. I think I got a call with a Chinese guy. He's like, "Can you please show me your charts?" "Yes, show me your charts. I want to see what you're doing with the charts." I was like, "Man, what are you talking about? What do you mean my charts, man? What, you know?" And he's like, "Yo, show me your charts. Show me your charts." I'm like, "Man, fuck out of here, man." He's like, "Yo, fuck yo. No, fuck you, man. Fuck. Hey. I'm like, God damn. Like, he just started going off on me. You know? Yeah, it's in my it's on my channel right now. He just started fucking going off on me. You know? Like, chill out, Jet Li. Relax, bro. I mean, this guy's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's on my channel somewhere. James S., you said Peter Schiff, man. I don't even want to go into Peter Schiff. Like I said, I get letters from his fan club damn near every 2 days or so. "Hey, can you please take down that video you got of Peter Schiff?" It's not coming down. It's not coming down. I know he's watched it because he's referenced it in some of his videos. You know, he can't help himself. He can't help himself. He can't stay out of racial discourse. He thinks he knows. It's really a sad story because he can be so much more mainstream than he is, but because he decides to dabble in conversations he can't speak properly about, he limits himself to where he's at, man. It's sad, really, because he should be on CNBC, he should be on Fox Business regularly, he should be on many of these mainstream platforms. But hey, when you create content like that, other guys like me can pick up on it and come after you, and you suffer the consequences of that. So when am I coming back to Miami? I spent a good 6 months out there, man. I tried to run my business out there, but Miami's expensive, bro. My living arrangements got really expensive, and trying to promote stocks from Miami. But it was really good because there are a lot of penny stock. Well, at the time, there were a lot of penny stock promoters out here in Florida, in Florida at the time, and it was really cool connecting with some of those guys. But it's expensive to live in Florida, man. You think like, oh yeah, I don't pay no taxes, but shit adds up real fast because you're just trying to do so much and trying to go different places and do things, and yeah. So Mark Faber says the most racist stuff. Mark Faber does, really? Maybe I'm not paying attention to Mark Faber, CNBC. Mark Faber. Oh no, okay. I'm thinking David Faber from CNBC. Okay, yeah, okay. Is he related to David Faber? They do kind of look alike. Yeah, it look like that. Is that his dad or something? Hold on. 74. He's 74. He's 56. No, okay, never mind then. Nah, that's not it. Or could it be family members? No, okay, no, he's born in Switzerland. This guy was born. David Faber is an American. Okay. No, there's no relation. Um, Mark Faber. I've heard people mention Mark Faber, but I've never listened to him. But most of those guys you'll notice are kind of unhinged in that way. Again, I don't get myself caught up into that. I mean, uh, he's a Swiss investor based out of Thailand. Suppose I mean all these guys are kind of unhinged in that way where they think because of the color of my skin I'm somewhat like I'm a monkey, or I mean they really do believe that stuff. They really believe in that kind of bell curve kind of thing, and it's just really, hey man. You get to a certain age where you just like you're not trying to convince people anymore. You just got to do you, man. You got to do you. Jim Rogers as well. Jim Rogers isn't so bad. Has Jim Rogers said some racist shit? I thought Jim Rogers was all about banging Asian chicks. Because Jim Rogers is another one who's, has a very interesting. Because Jim Rogers hasn't he been suspected of being a pedophile? Let me see. Yeah, because got arrested for drunk driving. Okay, maybe I might have him confused with somebody else, but I know Jim. If he's the Jim Rogers, I'm thinking about who all about Asia, where he's got like an Asian girlfriend and he's just out there like banging Asian chicks trying to get them pregnant and stuff. This guy's like 70, yeah, he's 77 years old and he's like banging little Asian girls and stuff. Maybe he's different. Okay, yeah, his wife is Paige Parker, married 2000. Yeah, she's much, much younger. I think she might be a cover wife because I think he's got some Asian kids too. Greg Norman from MMT blew the whistle on Jim Rogers. Hey, James, what did Craig Norman say? What did he say that Jim Rogers did? What did he say that Jim Rogers did? That's why he's banned from major financial networks. Yeah, I haven't seen. It's very interesting you said that because I haven't seen Jim Rogers on TV in a while right now. And are you talking about Greg Norman, like the Hall of Fame like golfer? God damn, Greg Norman, the golfer, has a net worth of $400 million. God damn. Shit. I mean, I know the golfers make money, but shit. He said no, he's a traitor. Okay. Yeah, James, if you want, call in, man. But I'm about to go. Yeah, call in, because I'm curious. Because I thought Jim Rogers was a cool dude. Because every time I would see Jim Rogers on TV, this guy's talking about China and China and China and China, and you're telling me that he's he's a racist. But like I said, a lot of these guys are kind of loony. There's another small Italian-looking guy. He's got some kind of report, like a newsletter. What's his name? I know somebody here knows this guy. dark hair, smallish figure, danger report or some crap like that. I know somebody here knows who the fuck I'm talking about. Um, he's got a YouTube page too. He's got a decent following. He's been around for quite a while. You know, I'm talking like 20, 30 years plus. 857, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what up, Charles? James up.
What's going on, man? Hey, can you guys hear him?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I think they can hear you pretty, loud and clear.
Hey, what up, Charles, man? Long time fan, man. Long time fan, actually, of your work. So definitely want you to shut out in regards to the trading from day one. But in regards to Jim Rogers and Greg Norman, what it was, I've been following for about 2 years, and he was the one that actually talked about it because I guess what happened. You know how Jim Rogers go on Fox Business News.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. They're saying you're really low. Let me see if I can.
How about this? Is it better?
I'm thinking it sounds better than me, but they're saying you can barely hear it. Hold on, it might be on my end. Let me check. Hold on, guys. Let me see some things on.
How's that? Let me know if that is better for the team. Does that sound better, yo?
Yeah, that should be good enough. Say something again.
No, so I was just saying. First, I was saying, shout out to you for all your work, man. Definitely a big time follower and love what you do. In regards to Jim Rogers, so what happened was I've been following Greg Norman for like 2 years, and I guess he used to appear on MSNBC and Fox Business with Jim Cavuto.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was, I guess behind the scenes, Jim Cavuto basically was like, "I don't want this guy on," and Greg Norman talked about it because of the racial disparity comments that he would make, and that's why it went pretty much. It just went throughout the networks like, "Yo, don't bring this guy on," because he's always making some racial derogatory comments, whether it's blacks or just anyone's sexist comments, like everything you were saying about his funny past. Some of that comes into fruition. So I'll send you the link about it to get more in detail. But I wasn't surprised because even Mark Faber said if the world was ran by I think it was Kenyans, then basically, you know what I'm saying, that's why we have a bunch of monkeys running Africa.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You can Google it. That's why, like, again, I used to follow these guys, but then I noticed, as you said, when they get to that 70-year-old age group, they really start to have funny backgrounds. Because I look at them like, billionaire guy, wild son, he wants to move to Asia. Same thing with Mark Faber. They always talk about Asia, but, it's hard to access those markets.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I always found something very leery about them. But yeah, that's why, like, that's why I say don't take your foot off their neck, man. If they come out, let them have it because, like, Peter Schiff is a perfect example. I was a big fan of him, and then I started seeing his rhetoric change. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, the thing about Peter Schiff, it was always there. It was always there. But again, these guys get a little older. They're like, fuck it. I don't care about no sponsors anymore. I've made enough money.
Yep.
So now that bell curve ideology starts to come out, and it's really unfortunate, like I said, because again, these people can create a legacy for themselves by educating as many people as they can, but instead they decide to involve themselves in some of the worst rhetoric that anybody can involve themselves in. It's really sad, really.
No, I totally agree. It seems like they become a cult after a certain while. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, let me see how many people I can bring on my side of the team, but disregard everything else. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
As they get older, and you start to see like, oh, this camp and that camp. You know what I mean? So it's sad because the market doesn't care, right? Like,
yeah,
gold doesn't care. You know what I mean? There's certain things that don't care. You know what I mean? It's either you're in the play or not in the play. But it is what it is, man. But again, thank you for letting me chime in. But yeah, man, them old school heads, man. They really start to show themselves as time moves on and things change.
Oh man. Well, I appreciate you being on the show, bro. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, fam.
All right. Well, yeah, guys. I know some of you guys heard it, some of you guys couldn't. My man's, audio was low. People saying it could have been mine. I don't know what was happening there, but I turned everything up as high as I could possibly get it, and including on my end too. So let me see here. Yeah, including my end too. I mean, I turned everything up. So let me see here. But yeah, man, I never saw Jim Rogers as like that. But I'm definitely gonna go back and watch those things you send me, man. I'm gonna watch those videos you sent me, because if Homeboy was out there saying that shit, man, that's crazy. But now I'm stressing because I'm looking to see what was this guy's name. Traders Report. Because I know if I say his name, you guys would know who the hell he is. Goofy little man with a little voice. And he does a daily show here. He talks about gold and silver and stuff like that. He's another guy who thinks like the Federal Reserve, because most of these guys are like that. The whole Federal Reserve is going to go down to hell and it's going to be the end of the world. And, most of those clowns are in that same space. And he doesn't own like a miner or anything like that. Oh man. Watch when I get off the air, I'm going to remember who the hell I'm talking about too. And then you got just another brother from Detroit. His goofy ass, he's always rethinking the dollar or whatever his name is. He's always having these clowns on, trying to think like they cool with him or something like that, man. Some of you guys may know who I'm talking about. This brother be having them goofy people on. Oh my God, what is his name? All right, well I won't let it affect me too much, but yeah, he's had Max Kaiser. No, he's one of those guys affiliated with Max Kaiser though. He's in the same kind of thing. I think I found him. Gerald Calente. Gerald Calente is who I'm talking about. That goofy little asshole. That's him. Yep, that's his face. Let me see. Is that him? Yep, Gerald Celente. You guys know who I'm talking about? No. Mike Maloney's cool. I like Mike Maloney. Gerald Calente, that goofy ass. He's another one of those guys who, if you watch his stuff is so man. This guy says some of the most racist shit, man. Oh man, like if you go to his Obama stuff. If you go to some of his Obama year stuff, oh man, this guy was basically calling. He said everything but the N-word. when it came to Obama. He thinks Obama was just, and he wants to say it. He just wants to say it so bad every time he brings up Obama. And I didn't really catch him until, how some of these people, you don't really catch them until you get woke about stuff. And then I kind of started waking up, and I was like, whoa, hold up. Yo, that was racist as shit, man. You know what I'm saying? That's some racist ass shit you just said there. He said, must be someone from Big Connect. Just stupid. Oh, man. Yeah, shout out to that Asian kid who just scammed people out of $300 million, though. These goofy ass cryptocurrency people still getting scammed out. This is this little Asian kid that just scammed people. He just made $300 million just a couple weeks ago. I appreciate you, BKH. I'm gonna be out of here in a minute. Monday, Friday, Sal. Blueberry. I'm gonna do my best, man. Let's see what happens, man. I'm gonna do my best, man. He said Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's hilarious. That's Kaiser. Yeah, but Gerald Celente, he's just another Peter Schiff, but he's just more. He's not as specific. He's not as detailed and maybe in his arguments as Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff is a very excellent speaker. Gerald Celente is more of a writer, but he does a podcast on YouTube where he doesn't speak as well. He's got a very common way of speaking, but not as talented as Peter Schiff, at the wordplay. Yeah, this little Asian dude. He created a cryptocurrency, put some money together for advertising, did a little thing, raised over $300 million, and then disappeared. And then basically he got not exposed, but I forgot what it's called, when basically they find your address and all that type of shit. So they found him, but he's gone from there now too. So I retweeted him on Twitter, basically the whole story. But his name is out there too. But they found out it was some Asian kid. And $300 million. And it's not against the law because guess what? There are no rules in cryptocurrency. There are no rules. So if I take $300 from you or $300 million from a group of people, it's not necessarily theft. So nobody's ever been, in prison for being able to steal cryptocurrency, Nah, man, I've not finished this Old English yet. I think a part of me is a little, it's not Colt 45. See, I destroyed that Colt 45. I destroyed that Colt 45 in like 45 minutes. It's been almost 4 hours. Because this Old English, that aftertaste when you take the gulp, the gulp goes down, but then at the end I get the cough syrup taste, and that's when it feels a little harsh. So a part of me is like, man, I'm probably not going to finish it all. 42 ounces of Old English, 800. In a plastic bottle too. This ain't the glass bottle. I got the glass bottle for the Miller High Life. The Miller High Life deserves the real treatment. Is it true $300 million is not theft? What? Yeah, man. Yeah, but Colt 45 was gone, man. There was no more Colt 45 by the time I got there. I love me that Colt 45, man. I don't know what it is about Colt 45. I don't know if because I just saw so many people in the hood drinking that, or I don't know because maybe the honeys like it too. But it just is so smooth, man. Yeah, the honeys like Colt 45 too. You know, because it's not real. It doesn't hit hard like beer. But at the same time, it's not, you know. Yeah. Do you think a major market crash is coming in October? Oh shit. No, I don't. I don't think we get a retest of 2,500 or a retest of the 2,200 or nothing like that. Nope. I don't think so. I think they put so much money in the market, man. I just don't see it. I don't see it at all. You know? I think we can go sideways for another year and a half before we go all the way down to retest those lows. You know, earnings this particular quarter showed that, you know, a lot of these companies have real value, man. You know what I mean? These, you know, we didn't see companies miss. You know, there weren't any huge misses this year. The companies that missed deserved to miss. You know, but you had a lot of companies do very well. Facebook, very well. DocuSign, Netflix, Peloton, Apple. You know, this particular quarter, you had a lot of these companies that had been rallying. They put up some stupid numbers, man. They put up some really stupid numbers. So the value clearly is there. He said if Biden wins, it will be November. Well, yeah, because we, you know, I don't know about a crash, but we definitely have to reevaluate the fact that, you know, in a higher corporate tax environment, you know, that means less returns, right? That means, you know, less returns for a lot of these publicly traded companies. You know, you got to look at an Amazon, and, you know, if you get a sweep of the Democrats in the House and the Senate, you know, companies like Amazon are going to pay the price, big price. You know, you can forget about Amazon 5,000. Forget it. It's not. Forget it, man. You know, they're going to be paying their workers, which they already pay minimum $15, but it could very well go higher. You know, you're going to get a $15 minimum wage. I know with Joe Biden, for sure, you're getting a minimum wage increase. If you get a Democratic House and Senate and Biden presidency, you're getting a minimum wage increase. Automatic. Right? So you get a hit there. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So we'll see. Only time will tell, man. You know, you can get an idea. You can look at polls and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, you'll see what happens. You know, you'll see what happens when people turn in these mail ballots. I definitely do think that you're going to see some people torch some of these ballots in terms of like some of these mailboxes, particularly in some of these urban neighborhoods. You're going to see people who are just going to take Molotov cocktails and put them in the mailbox. That's how desperate I think some people will be this year. You're going to see people, just torch mailboxes, which is a federal crime. But, I mean, shit, they don't care. You know? You'll see people torch mailboxes. You'll see people, you know, if they do have polling places, you'll see people try to intimidate people at polling places. You know, it's that kind of election. Oh, yeah. So thoughts on real estate market for the future? Buy, man. You got 0% interest rates. You know, you got very limited supply. You got a a millennial class that's desperate for housing. They're starting families, even though they don't have the same in terms of net worth that their parents have. They still want to buy. And if anything, depending on who you are, you actually have a lot of money because your parents are giving you some money. So I think real estate is entering a boom season, which it has already been for many people, but I'm talking about states like Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, and I'm talking about cities with populations, 25 to 75,000, right? That these kind of like smaller developing areas where you can still buy and find houses for 85, 95, 110, 125, 130. Those are going to be the areas that are going to see massive amount of growth over the next 5-10 years. Because the people who can buy, they don't have 300K, 350K laying around. Although the money is cheap, they don't have that kind of money. But yeah, they're willing to move to Podunk. They're willing to move to Jackson, Mississippi, to Memphis, Tennessee, to, Mobile, Alabama, and buy a house for $180,000. Which prices out a lot of people, who are already there, but to them, it's a great start. It's a great start. But yeah, I think if you live in places like Saginaw, Michigan, you live in some of these, like I said, Minnesota, Connecticut, like you live way the fuck up there, far from a major city, far from a job center, I think you're in trouble, man. Because those generations really who made it out there, you got a lot of towns in America that are dying too, For many that are growing, you got a lot that are dying. And predominantly most of them are in areas that are cold. You go up there to the UP in Michigan. I've been up there. I don't know if I got some people up here in Michigan on the chat room or not, but you go up there to Clare, you go up there to Munising, you go up there to some of these places that are just like nowhere like they used to be just 10, 15 years ago, because the people are old and they're retiring and there are no fucking jobs up there. And people are just like, fuck it, I don't want to live up here. So you're on the East Coast. What about areas like Ohio, Cleveland, Akron? I think those will always do well, though. Working class people, like those cities will always do pretty well. Those kind of Cleveland, Akron, those kind of places, you have generational ties where people are staying in because of affordable housing. If you live in the Cleveland, Akron, affordable housing is keeping people on those kind of places. Affordable housing. The places I'm talking about that are dying are going to be places where it's just a generational shift. Where people who are just too old aren't being replaced by younger people. But Cleveland, Akron, Detroit, where did the Jackson 5 come on from? That I forgot that town in Indiana. Those kind of areas where you have, let's say, a very strong, multi-generational now, connection for a lot of black Americans. Those aren't going to go anywhere because you've got, again, affordable housing. In fact, what you'll see is you'll start to see this is going to be a weird migration. You'll start to see possibly a migration where you'll have people who are living, black folks who are living in Atlanta, who are living in some of these other places in the South. They might go up there for the affordable housing. Simply for the affordable housing that's going to be now made available, because of this generational switch and because of what some people are doing, which is leaving the city, leaving some of these cities. Yeah, Gary, Indiana. You look at a place like Gary, Indiana, you've seen the black people who could afford to leave have left, but a lot of haven't left. A lot of them have stayed because why? It's dirt cheap to live in Gary, Indiana. It's dirt cheap to live there. For the poor in America, you might even see it over the next couple months, bro. If these evictions keep going the way it has, you're going to see a migration to some of these poor, Rust Belt cities because, again, it's dirt cheap to live there. You can go out there, get an apartment for, $550, $650, $700. You got to get out of Atlanta where you got people at Toledo. Toledo's another one. Get an apartment in Toledo for $600. You just try to make it do what it do. In an economy that's trying to create inflation out of nothing, you can't compete. Let's say you don't really have any skills like that. Then you gotta go up and move to somewhere that's affordable for you. Otherwise, you can find yourself homeless. Real talk. You gotta be in front of the market. You got people out here trying to survive in these cities out in California, trying to pay $1,200, $1,300 rent, and you don't really got no certifications. You don't really got no expertise in no real field. You don't really have any skills. You got to get out of there. Stack up whatever you can and get out of there because eventually the market is going to push you out. The market's going to push you out. And, if you allow the marketplace to do that, that's the worst position to be in. Stack some bread up and get the fuck out of there. Toledo is a very easy place to be able to make, a decent living, get yourself straightened out. And then from there, you can go out anywhere, get skill up and go somewhere else. What other things out there? Yeah, Toledo, absolutely. My sister did a semester at the University of Toledo. I remember looking at some of those apartments out there. Dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. And of course you got some fancier areas. You got some fancy areas too. But Gary, Indiana, South Bend is kind of, uppity because you got, I believe, University Notre Dame is out there. Akron, Cleveland, Columbus. Yeah, Columbus is, and you got the university holding that one up too. But all over, all those kind of places. Illinois too. I mean, you got some cities in Illinois that are dirt cheap. Ain't much going on out there. So there's still some very, very affordable parts of America out there where you can still really get away and keep a lot of money in your pocket. keep a whole lot of money in your pocket. You know, you got some cities that are running away from things, but America is really big. If you haven't hit the road before and just did a road trip or not, America is big, man. America is very, very big. You know, there's some cities that you can just escape to, and you just feel far from government. You feel far from everyone. You know, there's some cities here. You know, I was driving through the beach here to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and these are some old plantation towns. I'm just like, and you're looking at some of the people there, and it's like, God damn, man. Like, you can just look at them and see they're stuck in the past. They're just people who are just stuck in the past. You know, of course, they got access to everything that we got, but you can tell that they just you know, it's a very different way of living. You know, I don't know if anybody's ever had connections like that to people in the South, where they're just very comfortable and they don't really want for nothing, and they just want to sit there and live a simple life, and more power to them. They'll never have any big factories in their town. They'll never have any big job centers. The houses aren't fancy, but they'll make do. Yeah. Well, all right, guys. Man, I'll let you go. I don't know how I got 51 people to listen to me for 4 hours. God damn, y'all go hard, man. Y'all go hard. I appreciate you guys staying up with me this long. You know, just talking about the market, shooting the shit, catching up with you guys, drinking some liquor with you guys, trying to drink some liquor with y'all. You said leaving already? Hell yeah, man. It's been 4 hours on this bitch, man. My voice is getting all stretched out and shit. Yeah, man. I'll be back, you know, tomorrow, of course, with the daily wrap up. I really hope you guys have a good day of trading tomorrow. We'll see where the market, you know, wants to lead us. But, you know, at the end of the day, everybody's got to put some capital to work, man, because the worst place to be right now is in the savings account. I know the market's got risk, but, man, the government has came out and told you they are intentionally looking to create inflation for the next 5 to 10 years. Intentionally looking to create inflation. That means the worst place in the world you can keep your money right now is in a savings account just sitting there. Put your money in a SPY, put your money in a money market, put it somewhere, but do not keep money under a mattress, under, you know, just that's the worst place to be. They are intentionally trying to devalue the currency. All right, they're intentionally trying to get money stimulated, moving, prices higher, increasing, and you don't want to have money sitting around anywhere right now over the next several months, weeks, and years ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Until next time, it's your boy Sal. Tomorrow's another trading day. Trade well.